What up, Red Bunny? Um, I'm trying to get, cause I don't know what I need to do. Oh, okay. I'm trying to find, I'm trying to do the updates from Twitter. Like we do when he go to court because the cameras aren't allowed in his court case. Okay, maybe this person covers it. Give me a second, y'all. But I definitely want to go over R. Kelly's application for pardon. I just thought about something. So, I think this girl is like a media person like myself. I don't think she is real media. This girl. Do you know who to follow on Twitter for updates? I don't know. Like but I found a damn article. Let me see if I can find it this way. Find somebody that's updating hearing. So the indictment comes out at, so they're going to court at 2, and I have the law and crime up. So, but I need to talk to y'all about something. Give me one sec. Okay. He's getting a rain on his superseding indictment, the second superseding indictment. Today, maybe I can do it this way. All of these people can be. It's like it's got to. I don't know how we be finding the people to follow. Um, I don't know how we do that. It's a live. Okay, it's this supposed to be live update. So hold on. That one says live updates. Let me see if I can find another one. It won't let me be great, baby. It will not let me. Okay, here we go. That says live updates. Let me see about this one here in New York. No, no, baby. want to ask y'all a question. Acacia. So I got a little time to talk about this. Maybe I don't know. Trying to see. This pisses me off because I don't. You remember? You know how we was doing the updates with R. Kelly, right? And we knew the reporters that was speaking. I'm not running where you guys are. That was covering his case. Well, I don't know the reporters that's covering his case. Hopefully, they'll say something. A reporter or something will say something. Okay, what about this notification? Who is Meg? Where I don't know you. Okay. Yeah, this is some interesting news. What is this? Hopefully they'll um and they'll tell us, give us the information. I know True Crime has their cameras and stuff set outside. So let me get that together. But I found some interesting stuff. And Red Bun, I know you already knew this. When I saw it, I said, Red knows this. When I saw you pop up in here, I said, Red Bunny knows this information. But I didn't. So let me make sure I have all my tabs lined up. X. Okay. Well, we can see him. Wait for a minute. So check this out, right, y'all. I have the application for pardon, right? Now, let me make my disclaimer. I am not trying to assist nobody from getting out, and I'm definitely not telling y'all to help out, okay? Because anything I'm telling y'all, let his lawyer handle it, right? Only thing I am doing is providing information and news, um, and of course, you know, my views on some things that I found very, very interesting. So, Red Bunny, if you're still in here, let me ask you a question. Do you know who Alice Marie Johnson is? Does anybody know who Alice Marie Johnson is? Okay. Do you know who Alice Marie Johnson is? Because what I can do is I can get into this part of it, and then we can cut to Diddy, and then we can come back. So let me know if you know who Alice Marie Johnson is. I knew you was okay. So you did. Oh, Red Bunny didn't know. Girl, Red Bunny didn't know. Lord have mercy, honey. Red didn't know. Red didn't know. So anyway, let me tell you who she. Well, since you had to Google her, let me tell you why I brought her up. Alice Marie Johnson is the woman that Kim Kardashian got out of prison. I think she was the first one Kim did that for, the black lady. Trump has appointed her as his pardon czar, right? She's the one that will be handling the pardon applications for Trump. Girl, yes, she's the one that will be handling the applications for pardon with Trump. So you know, she has, um, I mean, yeah, she has Trump's ear. Yeah, girl, I was like, wait a minute. Now, I started thinking. So I put up the damn application. I started thinking. Let me tell you. So you know how in all through this application, right? It is asking for, of course, it's asking for like um accountability. You know, some questions that would lead you to believe that they want some type of accountability, or you know responsibility, remorse, rehabilitation, something, right? However, you can kind of get around that kind of sort of, right? Because I'm looking at how it's worded. Of course, putting my brain to work. And I'm not getting up, about it or whatever. And I know that his attorneys know this information. I just know that his attorneys haven't communicated this information to you guys, right? Now, I'm not saying that my information, their information is going to match. I'm saying that um, we're in the in the in his post conviction relief phase, right? And y'all know I do both sides. Okay, it's a shame I have to um, keep explaining that, right? Y'all have seen enough attorneys on enough shows to know that they answer questions, you know, from both sides. They review both sides. They give their opinions on both sides, whether it's the prosecution or the defense, right? So right now, R. Kelly is the one that is filing the petitions. Okay, when it was the state, when it was the federal, well, and the state turn, they were filing the complaints. Right now, he is filing his petitions and things. So So I ain't on no side and all that stuff. I'll never do that. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I just thought that to have a black woman in that role and a woman who went through the process, it was like, whoa, And here's the thing, right? You, I'm not the one who's gonna come out here and tell y'all kind of old crazy shit. Batty yaddy, getting out, whatever. What I do know that this is an uphill battle, right? It's a chance, it may work. It's a chance it might not work. And it's also a chance that, some can be met in the middle where they commute his sentence, right? Or, resentence him or something like you know what I'm saying? You never know. But hold on, let me check Twitter real quick. Let me see if anybody stepped up and said they're gonna be following it, whatever. Hold on 1 second. Okay, let me see what you got. Let's see. American Criminal Justice Reform Advocate and former federal prisoner. Oh yeah, I bet she's better than his. She looks like she was in that age group. Yeah, yeah. But what better person to understand check this out right here. You know the biggest campaign for her was that she was sentenced for such a long time for what was her first second offense or something like that. something like that. I forgot was it her first offense or something. It was for drugs, but she got sentenced such a long time. That's like I'm like, wait a minute now, hold on now. And again, I'm not one of the ones that like to come up there and blow smoke up your ass. So by no means am I telling you anybody should do anything or what have you, other than the part of advocating, right? And I don't want to break into the start going into this application and then I find somebody reporting on Diddy, right? So, but I'm just gonna, throw out the things that I was thinking about to get around some of the have you taken responsibility, rehab, remorse type of questions, right? Um, what I was thinking of, hey, Queen Brielle. Yeah, so no ma'am, no ma'am. He would never rub off on me. No ma'am, no ma'am. Don't make me have no flashback. Don't make me start cussing, Red Bunny. Don't make me do that. I don't wanna go off on you. I don't wanna do that. Don't do that. Ooh, ooh. Mm-mm. Okay, let me see what Judge Brown said the Alice lady was in the drug game in Memphis, even though she acted like she wasn't. I heard him talk about that lady after Trump gave her the position. She served under Trump before. But did she served on a did she he gave her a job in his first administration? So I didn't listen. I wasn't minding my own business. And you know how well you probably because you don't, but I have people that be um not mind their own business and they be sending me stuff, especially if they think somebody talking about me, they'll send me something, whatever. And I just overheard this um just going in what I was listening to is old, not old, but it's some of this I think some of this shit a month or two shit like that it's a while, right? Because I try to do the right thing and unsubscribe to everybody just about. And I'm listening to old shit or whatever. And somebody was talking about, you know, this. So got I was like, huh. Because again, right? And that's why y'all people laugh at me because I be in the reality TV shit and all that type of stuff. But I wouldn't know who she was if I wasn't heavily investing in the goddamn reality TV shit. Because of course they put that in the show when Kim Kardashian helped free that lady. And what I was thinking, right? So I was looking at the application and see, I don't play when I get on something. You understand what I'm saying? I am a result driven ass person. And this ain't got nothing to do with me. This case ain't got shit to do with me. But we done been in this sector, and I believe, sometimes people come when they, and not everybody, but but most of them, when they came with their results or help or assistance or ideas or whatever to either keep them in or get them out, whatever. It was, mainly bullshit, delusional ass shit. And I can't say not the ones that to keep them in, him in, because I'm just being honest. They performed the best. If I was looking at whose side did the best, with the information and stuff, I would, have to say that the people that was against him did the best. But so I so if I, I'm just a person who believes that if you say you for this, whatever it is, you know, and when possible, you see it to completion. You come up with ideas and solutions. Not none based on no delusions and shit like that, but evidence, of course. Yeah, Red Bunny, that was a lady. Yep. No, I heard. No, Red Bunny didn't. But she didn't remember. I knew of her. I just didn't know that she was appointed as his pardon czar. I just didn't know that. Yeah, I remember when she got that lady out because that's when Kim announced that she was studying to be a lawyer. So I was like, oh, okay, welcome. I used to follow that can do. I think that's the organization. Petitions for Women that's been locked up for many years. Yeah, but so that's just me. I don't believe. I just don't believe in bullshit. I can't. Like that's a waste of time. Bullshit. I need real, tangible solutions that net something. Rather, it's net me the answer of no or the answer of yes. But you understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people apparently have ran away from it or whatever. I'm sticking to it because he's still going through these situations. And again, I ain't on no side, and I already explained what I believe that the indictment proved. The indictment proved guilty, and that's what I believe. However, if there is a way that someone can secure their release or a reduction in their sentence or what have you, and that's what the law says. I'm not gonna say I go by the law, follow the law, and practice the law on one side, but when it comes to another side, I abandon those principles. That's not how I do. That ain't how I get on. Queen Brielle. No, Red Button, I gave it up. When they switched to streaming on Hulu, I gave it up. I was so used to seeing them, and I even have it saved when it was coming on regular network on what network was that? Yeah, when they left and I thought it was gone and they said it was popped out. I was like, okay. But and I don't know if it's still any good because there are a lot of shows out there that to me outperform them. I mean, a lot of shows with a bunch of drama. Now, you know, I love me a good old wig pull. Yeah, E, right. But let me go to Queen Brielle with her foolishness. Girl, Queen Brielle, was you in here that morning while I was playing the See, I don't like all that. You know what I'm saying? Now, what was the purpose of all of that? I don't like all of that. Y'all them games and shit. I can't deal with all of that. Mm-mm. But I like to deal with real solutions and shit because it's what they put through the system. Real goddamn solutions, not no damn dreams and shit. But as I looked at the application, right, and I looked at what it was asking and whatever, I'm just familiar with what they like to see during, you know, certain parts of the post conviction relief, right? And I do know that because like in what was another example, and which I had said before, is like I like to have every opportunity explored when it comes to trying to get some, you know, if you're trying to get somebody out, right? I do know, of course, I know that the language in your applications can contradict each other, meaning you can't be taking responsibility for um, for your actions if you saying that you're not guilty. However, this is the law. Got some ways around that. And and we put forth legal arguments over here. We don't put forth arguments that don't make no damn sense and that's not allowed under the damn law. What up, Queen? Is that do we know that that's him? Cause I know this AI shit and whatever. I'm like, well, how is he making music from the jail? And how does he even know my baby daddy's song, girl? Mm, I'm writing something down at my head. So I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. Yeah. On Anthony Busby, girl, listen, the same thoughts I had. I knew that there, he told me he had 150 claims. And some, y'all heard what he was saying, right? He had 150 claims. We'll start there. Now, I did transactional law, right? Which means I'm in the office, but I ain't got to go argue with nobody in no courtroom. I don't even do all of that. And pretty much just dealing with contractual issues, some type of recall, some of that type of shit. Well, if y'all heard, he had the fake ass girlfriend on the line. She went through all the companies, not all of them, but she listed all the, not all of them, but the companies that we work with. So just very light legal work, like if you see something like a legal disclaimer or something like that, that's maybe that's something I would do. You know what I'm saying? So that type of shit. So nothing major, no litigation and stuff like that. We try to keep you out of the courts, right? So, but I knew because I, worked for other people and I taught and I went to school. So I knew that the fact that he had said he had 150 claims, that didn't even make sense on the same person about the same thing, and all of them pretty much sounded the same. And then it was, and then how, and the length of time it would take you to even address all of those. That's crazy. Girl, I'm with you, Queen Burrell. And so there was another attorney on, I think, true crime or law and crime that's pretty much said, that's kind of strange. You never heard of that either. I mean, that's a lot. And they all called you. They had nobody else in the country to call. They want to spread it all out and shit. They want to all call you. Are you one of those law firms that's all around the country and shit? You know what I'm saying? And like, come on now. Come on. Can he get in trouble for filing all those cases in SDNY and not approve the practice? He can if he was warned, and apparently he was. And see, here's the thing, right? Normally, like if you got like one or two cases, whatever, I mean, you, the defense will usually catch it, and the judge will be like, make sure put in the application and to ask for permission to appear on this case, right? Pro hoc vici. Okay. I don't understand why he didn't do that. That's what I want to find out. Why he didn't do that. Now, I looked at some of the lawsuits that he sent in, and I see that some of them come with another partnering firm or what have you. So I don't know if he's relying on that, but that ain't gonna work because you are sending claims in as if you are going to appear as the attorney of record. He has a young attorney refiling on his back. Oh, he's refiling. Yeah, and I was like, I knew something ain't right. He's trying to do something because when I started looking, I was like, well, damn, now they coming with another firm on him. Tony ain't playing. Let me see if I can pull one up. Yeah, but I'm just waiting to see if I'm gonna be able to do like live updates from Twitter. Oh my, show is hungry. But he ain't even bothered to damn um clear that up. And what kills me, he's been warned. Like, what the fuck? And I wonder, is it like, do you have a? Is there a reason why you can't appear there? That's the first thing I started thinking. Is there a reason why? You didn't even something right about that, y'all. I'm here to tell you, some of the milk ain't clean. Yep, it says he was warned several weeks ago and that the conduct violated the local civil rules. And it says Mr. Oh, okay, he shall file by this is Mr. Hold on. No later than March 18th. Okay, so he has by March 18th. I don't know why the judge gave him that long, y'all. Really, to be honest, because he should, like, you should know in a few words why your ass ain't did the right thing. Okay, y'all. So it's supposed to start at 2. But he know he didn't do the right thing. It's some kind of update out there that says CNN destroyed Cassie video's defense claims. That's what CNN is alleging. So, I don't know. The Queenie, you said the most of the state cases have been dismissed because the civil attorneys are on. Oh, don't let me fall asleep, y'all. This morning shit, I don't know how y'all do it. I don't see how y'all do it. What up, Regina White? I'm just waiting to see what they're doing with the Diddy. Hold on. Y'all, don't we need some more information people out here? 'Cause I swear, I be other places and boy, they be putting this information out. Okay, that's that. Mm, Did y'all hear that? I done hit the wrong damn button. And a video on Twitter started playing. Baby, I was nodding. That shit scared the hell out of me. Ooh, I'm up now. Charles Ibuka. I am up now. Okay. How y'all be doing this reporting? I mean, be finding these people. Let me see. Latest. Yes, next. Wide receiver. Who I know somebody out here is a reporter. We can confirm it. Sure, he did not say so. Let's see. What? Stuff like this. Okay, let me see about this. You know, I'm not running with y'all. I'm just talking to myself. I'm just trying to find a reporter that's reporting this from the courthouse. she sent this March 7th. So anyway, let me start back talking about what we was talking about. So hold on, maybe I look like this. Hold on. New York. I don't know. I can't find nobody. But anyway, so let me go back to what I was talking about. So we have the application up here, right? Okay. That's just pretty much general information, right? It says what is a pardon and how can it help you? And it says it can restore civil liberties, like the right to vote or sit on a jury, lift barriers to licensing, employment, housing, or education. It cannot erase a conviction, expunge a conviction. And it says you have to apply. And it says some documents that are not required, but if they are, um, okay, it says how to begin. It says filling out, and submitting the application in the first step is a lengthy process. You'll be asked to share details about yourself, your reasons for seeking pardon, your current activities, challenges you may be facing because of your conviction, information about your conviction and other criminal history, if any, and letters of support. Y'all hear that? So this is why I'm talking to the support people. Now, by no means am I asking or telling anybody to fill out no part from Mr. Kelly. No, 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 no. As a matter of fact, I told y'all not to do that. Let them, the lawyers, handle that. Right? Your part is on the advocacy part, right? Because it's just, in my opinion, and this is just my thoughts, right? That with this application, if they had all those petitions that you guys have circulated, right? And I say, along with maybe some photos of the protest, the several different protests you guys had, and attach those and forward them over to his attorney's office. I mean, you know, maybe they can use it. Maybe they'll use it, maybe they won't. But just like we used to tell um, family members and stuff like that, that, when the judge sees support, and again, right, like I was never going to court. I'm just saying, like, I'm been in the office doing shit, right? But you tell the family members, because this is what they tell them on the defense side, and you tell them. But I was on the prosecution side, so you tell them you're on the phone that, hey, if you can show up to court or what have you. Now again, this ain't I wasn't my case or whatever. But if you just helping out, you show up to court to show that you are in support of what happened, right? Because you know that's if for victims they need to have a show of support, and for defendants they need to have a show of support, and pretty much the script is the same on either side. That's what the attorneys are telling the sides, right? But anyway, in this case, y'all not going to court. So the only support you have to show is by the way of um, advocacy, like petitions, pictures of some of the support that you guys have provided. I'm thinking if you forward that shit over to his attorney's office, one, maybe they can use it. I don't know why they wouldn't. And two, it would show his attorneys that you guys are still out here. That's in my opinion. So, and it says here, it is not required, but it may help to gather these documents if available before you start your pre-sentencing investigation report. And all of this is what the attorney will do. It says under helpful tips. I noticed it says if there is information you feel that will make your application stronger, include it in additional pages. You can tell us about achievements like physical fitness training or accomplishments, participation in personal growth like counseling, therapy, or meditation, or other ways you have spent your time that tell us about who you are today. Again, so you see with this application, they're not discouraging attachments, right? You look for everything. Here, B, I notice it says reason for seeking pardon. We need to understand how your conviction has affected your life and what you hope pardon will change or improve. Additional information about your life since your conviction. We need the questions in sections, and it gives the sections to help us get a better picture of your life since your conviction, including your success and the challenges you may have faced. There's another. Um, I know that a lot of defendants will talk about sobriety and substance use, right? I mean, and here's the thing, right? I'm not saying the man has a problem, okay? Just realize this is an application, and you need to play to as many different areas as you can. But again, his attorney will handle that. We just talking about just the advocacy part and where it fit in on this application. Okay. M, letters of support. We need to know how you interact with your community, who you are now, and what your life looks like since your conviction. We need at least 3 letters. If you give us more than 3 letters, let us know which 3 will be used as your primary references. Primary references cannot be related to you by blood or marriage and must be willing to be interviewed during a background investigation. Are y'all getting the picture I'm painting? What I'm saying is that the work you've done wasn't in vain. Those petitions probably won't be in vain. Photos of like the protests and stuff like that won't be in vain. Now, I don't know if you can get them from Debo or whoever have pictures of the protests. Well, and this is basic demographic information. And something else I found. The reason you are seeking pardon. It says, what are the reasons you are seeking pardon? The more specific you can be, the better. Use the space below and or attach additional pages. You may want to include how your life would change if granted pardon. And then you have the challenges that you have faced because of your conviction. That is an area of where his lawyer can really play into his challenges, right? You got the community activities, educational licensing, place live, military, job history, sobriety and substance use, financial, case background, and other criminal history. Tell us about the conduct for which you were convicted. We want to hear from you in your own words. The more specific and complete you are, the more helpful it is to us. We are specifically looking for information that is not in the public record of your case. You may wish to answer the following. In other words, probably, you could probably incorporate some of the information from his PSI, right? A pre-sentencing report, right? But also you can add some more to it. It says, what was your role in the offense? How, when, and why did you get involved? What actions did you take in connection with the offense? Include all actions, even if you pled guilty to only specific conduct, counts, or portions of the full criminal activity. Then it says, do you accept responsibility for your conduct? So I told you that although accepting responsibility or being accountable wasn't a requirement, it is a factor, right? And tell us about any other criminal history. Okay, so I also told you that he has, um, he don't have, it's not out there yet, his habeas applications, and if he will petition the Supreme Court for the New York case, right? New York conviction. In my opinion, right? If she try to, because I would just miss this. In my opinion, I would want to try for a pardon as many times if I as I'm allowed, right? And while if you're saying that, and so here's the thing, right? He's not saying that he's guilty, and I don't know, and I don't remember the testimony in court that mm, scratch that. I don't remember the lawyers in court saying that he had. Well, yes, they did. And when I say, and I don't jump on, but when I say a level of involvement, I'm meaning, like, I'm not saying that he committed a crime or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that his level of involvement was that, he was there, So I got another hat on. Just bear with me. I'm thinking to myself. I'm just talking out loud. So instead of like being remorseful and taking accountability for, like, traditionally, right? What they like for your behavior, like you saying, I did it. I'm remorseful. What have you. I would reckon that his level of accountability and responsibility would probably mirror that of Miss Alice Marie Johnson, the one that would be involved in forwarding his pardon request to Trump, because she definitely had some involvement or what have you, just by proximity, right? Just by the nature of who she was with, who she was around, whatever she did. I don't, and I can't remember right now exactly what they alleged she did, right? What her role was in it or what have you. I just know they said her damn sentence was too damn long for what she did. I'm saying that you have to think about these things. That he can show remorse that the situation occurred, right? He also has an opportunity to talk about, because they maintain that his constitutional rights were violated and so on and so forth, whatever. She can repeat a little of that argument on this app, right? Like, maybe she say he didn't receive his due process or what have you, right? The BOP shit. Y'all see where I'm going with this, right? Instead of going the route of, oh, I'm so sorry because I'm guilty and I take full responsibility for my actions. Yeah, like, yeah, I take responsibility of my actions, of the, of what happened, of the level of my involvement. But this is why, it whatever occurred, right? Or something like that. And the fact what happened in court, whatever they allege, and all those applications, and those appeals and shit like that, and what they try to get to the Supreme Court, of any variation of that can be used on this part, right? I just want to see one in motion now. That's all I'm just saying. Because I think the more, just got to, I don't know how many times you can, file. I think you put them in as many times as you. I think with one, if one gets denied, they think gotta wait a year or something like that. I don't know, but what I'm saying is, he has something that could go on that particular application, that petition, and his history. Okay, remember, because he has a history, right? And it's listed in that pre-sentencing report of the abuse and stuff like that, whatever. I also always talk about it when undiagnosed, therefore when untreated, right? You always got that. And y'all say he, has a slow learning, he's slow learn, you know. You got that. So, I'm sorry I'm tearing up this candy, but it's just a bunch of ideas. When you get serious about the damn situation, right? You gotta come up with something. But I'm telling you, and one thing, I mean, you also want to test the waters, see if see what you can, get shaken. All I know is the Menendez brothers, they got 2 or 3 applications out there. Not, I'm just saying, they got one for the pardon, the other one for the other one habeas or new evidence, and he has the um, court hearing to see if they will resentence him. Is that more than likely that may or may not go through or whatever if they don't meet the DA's request. You know, so I mean, chop chop, honey. But I think Miss Sharon pretty much said something similar about adding a petition to the part. Now y'all got to get the petitions from the people. I don't know who's head over, you know. I don't know who's over this thing that y'all got. I don't know nothing. You just send it over there to the lawyers, And I'm pretty sure this isn't the only pot of people who support R. Kelly. Have you reached out to see if there's anybody, any groups on Facebook, any groups on well, that has some type of advocacy still going that they can submit something, that type of shit. Oh, I'm talking about what when you said that. Oh, I'm talking about this pardon application. Let me check back in on Diddy. Y'all be playing too much for me. Y'all too lackadaisical for me. I can't do all of that. I be wanting I be wanting you to move. Okay, what is this? Hold on, let me see if we got some Diddy. Okay, we got some Diddy. Hold on. Ooh, they got some Diddy. Oh, I'm putting a Diddy up. Yeah, I didn't know if anybody. I really don't know if anybody cared that Alison Marie Johnson lady is a damn. Ain't that some shit? Hold on. Um, Okay, 7 minutes ago. Okay, he said he. Okay, let me do these updates like this. What you said, Queen? He want the list of names. Okay, yeah, what was talking about? Oh, yeah, it's gonna be up. Yeah, but yep, he was a topic as well at that dinner. Yeah, he want the list of names. Who want the list of names? What list of names? Right. He said Combs family members arrive. Says Combs pleads not guilty to allegations of superseding indictment. Combs just pleaded not guilty to the allegations described in the superseding indictment at the center of today's hearing. The superseding indictment accuses the embattled hip hop mogul of forcing employees to work long hours with little sleep and using threats to get them to comply with his demands. Judge Arun Subramanian said jury selection will begin May 5th, with the trial tentatively slated to start May 12th. Judge and lawyers discussed 2016 hotel video aired by CNN. Remember, I just told you that they said CNN done destroyed the video or something. Wow, let me look. Let me read. Subramanian and the lawyers on both sides of the case are now discussing hotel security camera footage showing Combs beating an ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in 2016. The video was obtained and aired by CNN. Combs' lawyers have alleged that the video aired by CNN was substantially altered. CNN has forcefully denied that claim, with a spokesperson saying in a statement, CNN never altered the video and did not destroy the original copy of the footage, which was retained by the source. CTMZ put out that they did, but I'll get to that. And it says, Judge tell lawyers to reach a compromise on the CNN video. Subramanian told the lawyers that they need to discuss whether the CNN hotel video can be used during the trial. If they can't reach a compromise, he said, both sides would need to file motions. Mm-hmm. Now, what did CNN, what did it says CNN destroyed Cassie's video defense claims. See, I told you. They have to give over. There's no original video. Kelly was the topic the other night, and Puff want the names. What you talking about, Queen? What you talking about? Oh, let me see. They have to give. Oh, didn't I just read where they're saying that they did not destroy the video? It's so crazy that I had shared Chris Brown's song about residuals months ago, even before it was a big hit, right? Because I just felt like that song was going to do something. Child, I didn't know it was going to move like that. All right, YouTube. Hey, I don't own the rights to this video. None of that. I'm kind of fair usage. And I'm claiming I'm sleepy too. Hold on, so let me play these.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for tuning into this special live coverage here on Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So, we are right now live in this much anticipated hearing for fallen music mogul Sean Diddy Combs in his criminal case. Now, there is apparently a lot going to be happening today. So, first of all, Combs is expected to appear in court, and he has already appeared, I should tell you, for an arraignment on the second superseding indictment in the government's case. And remember, this was filed last week. He is facing charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. He hasn't been hit with additional charges. There's no new defendants, but really he's pled not guilty already to all of these charges originally. But really this new indictment focuses on allegations that he engaged in forced labor as part of the underlying racketeering criminal enterprise charge. We'll talk more about that. Now, it is possible that lawyers for Combs will also ask Judge Arun Subramanian to dismiss part of his criminal indictment, claiming that one of the charges that he's being faced and that that's being used against him is racist, that it was rooted in racism, that the prosecutors have engaged in selective prosecution, and this is the prostitution charge that he wants tossed. Then we also expect to hear arguments regarding jury selection. Both the government and the defense have proposed vastly different schedules ahead of Combs' May 5th trial date, along with jury selection being anticipating arguments over how that's going to work and whether or not there should be a written jury questionnaire and what questions will be on that questionnaire. But also, one other highly anticipated topic surrounds CNN and the widely circulated hotel footage that was released last year, allegedly showing Combs beating up his ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who we believe is victim one in this case. And this happened back in 2016. And the defense is alleging that CNN purchased the only known copy of this surveillance footage, altered it, and then destroyed the original footage. And they plan to file a motion to exclude that altered footage from coming into trial. Now, we are going to be providing you live updates from what is happening in that courtroom. There is no cameras allowed in the courtroom, but we're going to provide you live updates. I already have live updates for you right now. And we're also going to be taking your questions. So if you have questions about this case, about what is happening in real time in that courtroom, submit them on YouTube. We answer them here live on air for you. Also, I want to let you know that our very own Elizabeth Milner is inside that courthouse right now. She's going to be coming out later, give us a live look about what she saw, what she heard. And I'm going to bring on my guest in a second, but I have to give you some live updates. So first of all, it's being reported that Sean Combs has been led into that courtroom by U.S. Marshals. He is wearing that tan uniform from the Metropolitan Detention Center in that jail. It's basically the same uniform that we have seen him in the past, or at least we've seen from courtroom sketches. His hair is reported to be silver gray, so perhaps he is getting a bit older in jail. We'll talk a little bit more about that. An update, the judge has said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Combs." Good afternoon is a response from Mr. Combs. "Have you seen the superseding indictment," which we just talked about? Combs replies, "Yes." The judge asks, "Do you want me to read it out?" Combs replies, "I'm fine." And then the judge says, "Do you waive the public reading?" Combs responds, "I do." We have another update. The judge says, "I propose we administer jury questionnaires on April 28th, 29th, maybe 30th. We'll come back for voir dire, jury selection on May 5th, with an eye of starting trial May 12th, as the defense suggested." And then asking Assistant United States Attorney Steiner, what do you think about that? To which Mitzi Steiner replies, "That's helpful. Our focus is witness availability." A lot to talk about here, so I want to bring on my guest to focus a little bit more about this. I'm joined right now by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer, and also criminal defense attorney Bradford Cohen. It's great to have you both here. Bradford, I'll start with you. Waiving of the reading of the indictment, not surprising here, but also talk to me about what you make of why prosecutors actually filed this superseding indictment. Because when you read it, it's literally the inclusion of one additional paragraph.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, it's a mistake. They should have stuck with the original indictment. The superseding indictment about, that he had employees that he didn't pay, and the paragraph surrounding that, I guess they're going to throw in like an element there for that paragraph. I don't think it was useful. I don't think it was something that was necessary. And I think it cheapens the rest of the case, in my opinion, as to what they're actually going for and actually what they're trying to prove. And it's very difficult in these type of cases, and I'm not saying that it's easy on either side, but it's very difficult on these type of cases to have a jury to say, hey, these aren't two consenting adults, these aren't individuals that have been paid for whatever they're doing. This isn't what they're making it out to be as a sex trafficking case. In your mind, when someone says sex trafficking, it's aghast, right? Everyone's like, oh my God, what are the facts from this sex trafficking? What could have been be? And then all of a sudden you hear, well, it was that his girlfriends and himself were engaging in these prostitutes that were come over to their house, and they were paid between $5,000 and $10,000 for the whatever happened. And that's the sex trafficking. That's kind of a hump that they have to overcome. Although legally speaking, you can make the argument. It's still in people's minds. How is this sex trafficking? And like I said, it is not that the legal elements aren't going to be met, because I think they are. And in terms of what the evidence is, it seems like they've reached that point.
Right.
What my argument is a jury is going to have a tough time wrestling with charging someone criminally for someone calling a prostitute to come over and make $10,000.
Let me add a little bit more context to all this. So this is going to answer some of the questions we're already getting in from YouTube. So one of the questions is from Fabio Barney Benton. What is a superseding indictment? It is basically almost an amended indictment. There is something new here. There's additional allegations that have been put forward. Sometimes you'll see additional defendants named in an indictment or additional charges. That's not what we have here. Because the second question we have is from Ann F. What, if anything, is new in this indictment? Well, this is what we're talking about. This one new paragraph. Combs, along with members and associates of the enterprise, also maintain control over certain employees of the Combs business, whom he forced to work long hours with little sleep through use of, among other things, physical force, psychological harm, financial harm, and reputational harm, and or threats of the same. In doing so, Combs, assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, caused these employees to believe they would be harmed, including by losing their jobs if they did not comply with his demands. With respect to one employee, Combs used physical force, psychological harm, financial harm, and reputational harm, and or threats of the same to cause the employee to engage in sex acts with Combs. We do not know who these employees are. We do not know who that specific employee is. But again, this forced labor allegation helps support the underlying racketeering conspiracy criminal enterprise charge. And as we heard from a response from the defense, when this was filed, it seems they may be calling people who work with Sean Combs to negate that. Now, Safa, I have a question for you as we get a little bit more into this. This is an update again from court. Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, said, we'd like a sequestered voir dire. The judge says, we'll do that. Next is defense discovery. You'd like to do something like in the Eisenberg case. Before we even get to the defense discovery, it seems right now, Safa, the defense is winning a lot of this. So now they've got their proposed schedule where you're not going to see the actual maybe opening statements till May 12th. Now they're going to have a sequestered voir dire. Is this good? Is this a good thing?
I think this is a great thing for the defense. One of the things that's important is that they adequately prepare for their trial, especially heading into that voir dire period. A lot of times cases are won or lost by the jury that you pick. And it's so important for attorneys on both sides to be able to, find out who these potential jurors are, do their own investigations into those potential jurors to ensure that they're appropriately and properly picking the right jurors. I think for time's sake, this is also really good because it allows the case to push further along. I think that this trial is going to take about 2 months, and we want to make sure that there's no undue delay. And so I think that moving forward in the voir dire process in this way is most efficient. I think it's great for the defense.
We have a question from Haija Del Alcimio. This is from me. Why did you say allegedly? The whole world saw with their own eyeballs him beating Sweet Cassie. Look, the reason I have to say allegedly is because he hasn't been convicted of anything with respect to that video. He hasn't been found liable with respect to anything in that video. I think we can all make the argument it's pretty clear what we see, but just as a matter of law, I have to say that. Now, I want to move on to something else. Bradford, now it's moved on. This is a live update, moved on to the discussion of the CNN video, which we just talked about. So the judge asked AUSA Steiner, the prosecutor in this case, on the CNN video, is there an issue with it? Are you going to use it? Mr. Agnifilo says there is a motion incoming. Again, the idea that they want to have it excluded because they said that CNN altered it. And then AUSA Steiner replies, we want their Rule 17 subpoena returns to understand what they have. Our view is that the video is direct evidence. And just let me add one more update from court. The judge says, we do not have the original security video. The prosecutor responds, we have the CNN and a recording of the original footage. The judge responds, will you confer with the defense to agree on which video will be used at trial? You're not trying to mislead one, are you? And to which the prosecutor says, of course not. Now, Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, responds, a source gave CNN hotel footage. CNN ran that footage through a free editing software. Our expert says that changed the nature of the action, making it up to double time quicker. They took things out of sequence, took out the timestamps. Now, Bradford, I can understand why the defense is focusing so much on this key piece of evidence, because it is a key piece of evidence. It is really bad. What are we supposed to take away from this, and whether or not it will be included or excluded from trial?
So if the allegations are true, this type of stuff gets me fired up, right? It's CNN buys a video and then takes that video, knowing that it's probably going to be evidence either in a civil or criminal trial. They manipulate the video in terms of time. And this is, I'm just relying on what the defense is saying. I don't know this. But if it's true, they manipulate the video as to sequence and time, take the timestamp off. It probably shortened from the whole video that they received, because it could have been an hour-long video, but we only have those 4 or 5 minutes of what we see. Now, if the original video is not available and the government is saying, well, Judge, we have the quote-unquote original video, they could be talking about the original video that CNN manipulated, not the original video that they got from the hotel. So it's like a word puzzle here. And it always comes down to, whenever you deal with the government, it seems like you have to nail them down on these terms, right, and say, do you mean you have the original video that they got from the hotel?
Bradford, let me just follow that up with you, because we have another update. So I'm curious what you think about this. Mark Agnifilo, again, Sean Combs' lawyer, said, we say the video is deceptive. We'll bring that before Your Honor. To which the judge responded, Bradford, a possible solution would be to slow it down or put it in the right sequence. You may want to block it even if it's totally accurate. Try to come to a compromise. What does that mean?
It means that he's leaning towards letting it in. That's my first impression. But that being said, you have to take a look at where the video came from, the chain of custody, how it was manipulated, how it happened to fall into their hands. Why does CNN get a free pass here for destroying evidence that they knew would possibly use in a civil or criminal action? And from what I've read, the criminal action was already started when CNN destroyed this original video. Why is there no investigation about CNN for destroying a key piece of evidence and doing whatever they wanted with it, slowing it up, speeding it down, whatever they were going to do to it? It's not what should be turned over to the defense.
CNN denied the allegations. In a statement to USA Today, they said CNN never altered the video, did not destroy the original copy of the footage, which was retained by the source. CNN aired the story about the video several months before Combs was arrested. I'll tell you what, Bradford, we'll talk a little bit more about that. I do want to move on to another question, Safa, that we just got. This is from Because. If the feds found 3 AR-15s with the serial number scratched off, then why are they not adding it to the charges? Is that not a pretty big deal? Now, we know that that is an allegation, that is an underlying act as part of the overall racketeering conspiracy charge. That is a fair question. If the goal is to try to go after Sean Combs and convict him of federal charges, why not, from a straight point of view, just charge him separately, count 4 in the indictment with firearms offenses?
That's a really fair point. And I think what the prosecution was trying to do here is stick to this theory that this is a sex trafficking case, that although firearms may have been located, those alleged firearms and the scratched off serial numbers are the underlying charge to the RICO Act, which is essentially a catch-all to everything that Mr. Combs is facing here. One of the most important things is to start with your strongest point and your strongest arguments. And I think the government here, their position is their strength is in the RICO racketeering activity, or RICO and racketeering charge, subsequently followed by the additional charges that essentially were indictment today. Can't really speak to as of why. The prosecution does have the discretion to determine what they are going to add in these indictments, as long as they bypass it, of course, through grand jury proceedings. So it's really hard to tell, but I think, in my opinion, they believe that the sex trafficking and conspiracy component is their strongest case.
Saf, I'll follow it up with. Yeah, Bradford.
I just want to add on that. In my experience with the government, and what she said is 100% accurate in terms of the strength and going with the strength of what's the best that you have. But also, I don't think they can prove anything with the guns. This is a 10,000 square foot house. It probably didn't have prints, probably didn't have his DNA on it, probably didn't have enough for them to charge him with it. So what they do is, and the government always loves to do this, is stick it in where it's an underlying on a RICO, so they can dirty you up, even though they can't prove that you had knowledge of the guns, that they were your guns, that this is a 10,000 square foot house. He's got security guards and other people coming and going. So instead of focusing and saying, like, these are his guns, and we can prove these are his guns, because they can't, we're going to say, oh, it's part of this RICO conspiracy. He's got a big house, but he's got guns all over it, and he's got people coming and going, and they're all part of this big RICO conspiracy. That usually is what happens with these type of cases.
I have a question that I'll get to about RICO in a second, but I got to give everybody an update from court. The judge asked, why do we need two sets of motions, maybe about motions in limine, these evidentiary motions about what can be admitted into trial? And Combs' lawyer, Shapiro, says, we propose to file March 19th. The judge said, so ordered. Combs' other lawyer, Agnifilo, we want the identity of the people in the 404B letter. Could you extend your order about the enterprise letter to that? And AUSA Steiner, prosecutor here, the 413 notice was to put the defense on motion, to which Combs' counsel says, this is under seal. The judge says, and this discussion too? The prosecutor says, we can refer to the letter. Shapiro responds, be more vague about it. This is a little cryptic here, Safa, but basically, we've talked about this before on sidebars. There is an enterprise letter. We believe at least one, maybe two were filed, that basically lays out a little bit more of the allegations of the RICO enterprise, dates, times, places, in the sense to protect witnesses and victims' identities. It's been put under seal. What is this back and forth about? Can you make sense of what's going on?
I'm not quite sure. It seems that there may be information or witnesses that the defense is still looking to find out or ascertain who they are, and so that they can continue their investigation as they prepare towards trial. So I don't know what's stated in the enterprise letter. I do believe it's under seal.
Safa, they mentioned 404B, right? And that would be other acts, other crimes. I mean, how expansive are they making this prosecution against Sean Combs?
Absolutely, and it's very expansive, and that's one of the most important things as attorneys, and we proceed through these cases, is we make requests for what we call bill of particulars, and we ask for the government to particularize how they intend on proving the factual allegations in this case. And so I don't know if that enterprise letter includes or encompasses some of that information that ultimately should be provided to the defense as they prepare for trial, or if the government is still sort of hiding the ball at this point with who are the witnesses and what are the alleged activities specific to that RICO charge.
I'm going to get to more of the questions that we have. They're flooding in right now, so we're going to continue this conversation, but there's so much happening, the updates from court that I want to get to. So Bradford, the prosecutor in this case, said, the notice just tees us up for motion practice on if they will be allowed to testify. Many of these individuals who may never get their day in court are incredibly frightened by having their names disclosed to the defense. To which the judge responds, all right, Mr. Agnifilo or Ms. Shapiro, do you need the identities for the motion? To which Agnifilo responds, I think we do. The attacks don't usually relate to entirely legal issues. We don't want to have our hand behind our back. Some of them we know. Okay, so they obviously want transparency. They want as much information about the prosecution's case. There is this balancing act between what can be properly disclosed. What's going on here?
It's complete garbage. So, whenever I have like a gang case, or I have a case with RICO, or I have a high profile case where they're saying the guy's a dangerous guy, and all of a sudden we can't we can't tell you all these witnesses we could use against you because they're frightened. Well, I get it, but that's what we're here for. That's what court is. That's why people feel the judicial system needs to be gutted. That's why people feel that there's no transparency, that when you get charged in a federal crime, that they get away with literal murder because they're not disclosing things that they should be disclosing, Brady evidence, and that's evidence that may assist the defense. There's all these different arguments that are made by the defense and all these different arguments that I've made many, many times where people are like, oh, well, that's not really Brady, or let's do a weighing. Listen, these are witnesses. This is a very important case. This man's life is on the line. And you're going to tell me that you're not going to turn over people that are making accusations, that are saying he's part of this thing, that this is his MO, this is what he did to me 15 years ago, and you're not going to turn that over so I can start investigating, and it's 2 months away, 3 months away from trial? I think that is the biggest cop-out, and you see the government do it time and time again on these cases, and it gets to the point where individuals, just a regular average Joe, gets so tired of hearing these excuses from the government or from the state that they're not going to turn over witnesses' testimony or witnesses' identities. It's really something that I think the judge should take very personally and say, listen, I understand where you're coming from, but we're going to turn this over to the defense attorneys, and we're going to have an order that says we can't, you can't disclose it to anybody else, or maybe you can't discuss it with your client for a week, or whatever it is. The guy is in custody. He can't only use the phone that's on tape record. So they're going to know if he's discussing these individuals or if these individuals' identities get out. So I think that they should turn over these names so that you can at least have some semblance of a good defense against individuals that are making very serious allegations against someone.
So I have another update from court, and then I'm going to go to two questions for you, Safa. They're kind of connected, but the judge just said, okay, I'm going to order the government to provide these names on Monday on an attorney eyes only basis, which would seem to suggest that maybe Combs wouldn't know the identities of these people. Motion practice starts Wednesday. The prosecutor said another option is for us to move first on March 19th, that they'd have to get to March 26th. Judge said, no, it's 4 days. So they're working on scheduling. Safa, two questions that are related here. So first one is from Wayward Sisters. So what makes this a federal case? And then we have a question from Dad. I don't know if this is my dad. Hi, if it is. How is this a RICO case? Any law experts make sense of this or ever heard of this before? One person RICO case? Because he is right now the only criminal defendant charged in this action, Safa. So what makes this a federal case? And also what makes this a RICO case if he's the only one being charged?
I'm going to answer the latter first. So it is very surprising that he is still the only defendant on this case. A lot of times with RICO cases, you see a number of defendants or co-defendants. And so it's actually been very surprising to me that there haven't been any additional defendants added on here. Now, with respect to the specific charges and why this is a federal case is because the federal government oftentimes has catch-alls. And one of those catch-alls is that anything transported via interstate commerce, they have jurisdiction over. And so there are already the legislations or the statutes that essentially are specific to RICO, racketeering, and organized crime, essentially alleging that this is a criminal enterprise and they've engaged in a number of underlying acts or activities, specifically kidnapping, arson, and a number of other activities. And specific to Mr. Combs' case, there's a portion of the indictment that reads that these individuals who engaged in sex trafficking or sex workers were transported from one state to another, which is essentially interstate commerce, which the federal government has jurisdiction over those things. And so ultimately, that is a big reason why the government here has taken jurisdiction over this case. I think there's some statute of limitations issues with respect to other states and whether New York or California, and ultimately, those cases opted not to be prosecuted. And, so we're dealing with the federal jurisdiction here in that indictment.
Well, by the way, just if anybody's joining us, I want to let everybody know we are taking your questions right now on YouTube about what is happening live in court right now. We're also doing live updates and about the case in general. So make sure to submit them. We'll answer them on air. And again, Elizabeth Milner, our very own reporter, is in that courtroom. She's going to come out later, give us her sense about what she saw happen in there. We have some more questions coming in as we also getting more updates. So Bradford, I'll go to you. We have a question from Highs Motivated 27. Why did Diddy apologize for the beating in the video that surfaced if he didn't do it?
Yeah, great question. Listen, we all saw the video. We all saw what was on the video. We can use our own judgment as to what we saw in the video and how it occurred and things of that nature. And I think that at the time he apologized because he thought in his mind, and I'm sure he was advised, that that would be the best route to take in order to mitigate the circumstances that were going on. Now, it could be that he was truly sorry for what we all saw in that video and that he wanted to put that apology out. But generally speaking, people that apologize after the fact and not before the fact are usually apologizing to mitigate the circumstances that they're under. Now, do I know that to be a fact? No. Do I think under my 28 years of experience that happens a lot? Probably 95% of the time. So I think that he apologized to try and put a fire out, to try and mitigate what was going on, and to try and alleviate some of the bad press and also the possible criminal and civil charges that were coming down the pipe.
And by the way, I mean, I think the defense is suggesting, yes, it was an unfortunate incident of domestic violence, but it's not not an incident of sex trafficking, where the prosecution would counter. We have a witness who was in that hotel room that was, allegedly about to engage in this, be a freak off, a commercial sex act, group sex, a legal group sex of some kind. And that's how they're going to tie it to the overall charge. So we'll see where that goes. Okay, I have a question for you, Safa. Carly Rodriguez asks, if CNN did destroy the video, could they face legal consequences?
Get them.
It's certainly possible. Tampering with evidence is always an option. So it'll be interesting to see. But I think one of the things that the defense is going at here specific to that, and in the law we call the best evidence rule, is that if there's a key piece of evidence or material piece of evidence that's being presented at trial or is going to be presented at trial, in theory, it should be the original copy. So it should be the original copy of this footage, not anything that was clipped or doctored up or altered by CNN whatsoever. We don't know who has the original footage at this point right now either. We don't know if that's been disclosed to the defense or the prosecution. Have a feeling the prosecution probably does know who has that original footage. But the argument to be made here is that what is required is that original piece of evidence or that original video footage. And if the court can't, if they can't provide that to us, then certainly, and it's not destroyed, it does exist somewhere, then it should be kept out from the trial because it is not the original evidence in the best evidence rule.
Question for you, Bradford. Interesting one. This is from Wolves in France. And I'm not sure what this means exactly. Is there a compensation tier? How does the judge calculate it? Thank you for all the super coverage. I'm tuning in from SW France. Well, thank you for watching. It seems to me that this might be a confusion between criminal law and civil law, unless I'm looking at it the wrong way, Bradford. What do you make of this question?
I think so. Sometimes in criminal cases, you can have restitution that's owed in different kinds of criminal cases. In this kind of criminal case, I don't see that being an issue. And there is a civil matter that's going on, but not with the most important parties to this criminal case, because that has been settled already. So I don't believe that, in this criminal case, I don't think there's going to be a restitution issue. That would be the only thing that would be some sort of money issue. And I think that the individual is probably thinking of a civil case that has nothing to do with this criminal case.
We have an update from court. Judge says next pretrial conference is April 25th. If we need more after that, we can do it. Prosecutor says the government intends to produce 3,500 material on a daily basis as we get closer to trial. The judge said, I saw some nods from the back. And Agnifilo, Combs' attorney, says that's fine. Safa, 3,500 material. Isn't this in relation to witness statements, right?
Yes. And so one of the things with discovery and all of these sorts of things that we're discussing is that there's an ongoing obligation from the government to provide and turn over these materials on an ongoing basis. Me personally, I think all of these things should be turned over well before trial so that there's no surprise, so that the defense has the ability to investigate everything thoroughly. And I think it's quite unfair that the government gets to hold on to these things with such a short notice or such a short time frame between the beginning of trial, which essentially is scheduled to begin a week later, at least during the voir dire process. But yes, that is correct.
Question
That's
from
what's crazy, by the way. It's nuts. When that's why I always say, like, people really need, if a person sits and watches a federal trial, and I've had many, and where you sit there and someone takes the stand and you say to your client, who's that guy? And he says, I don't even know who that guy is. I don't even recognize him. And they're like, oh, by the way, here's his statement as he takes the stand. And here you're reading a 3-page statement. This guy's talking, and you're reading a 3-page statement, and they don't have to turn. There's no mandatory turnover. Now, some judges are great, right? And they say, hey, turn over the stuff 3 days before trial. Let them at least so they can review it, turn it over a week before trial. And they call this Jenks material 3500, where there's statements that are ongoing. And I don't hold their feet to the fire on everything, because sometimes an agent may get a statement at the last minute that maybe they weren't able to get. But when you have those statements, there is no reason not to turn those over, but for sandbagging. And it's really another unfair area of law that you get to experience, when you're in federal trial. And I remember my very first federal trial, where I'm like, hey, where are these witness statements? Oh, you'll get them when they take the stand. And
you'll get them at the lunch break. You'll get them at the lunch break. Yeah. It really happens. It really happens that soon before someone.
Oh, it depends on the prosecutor and it depends on the judge. But when you have a very,
use your words carefully.
I'm figuring out how to say this. When you don't have a good relationship with the prosecutor and you are going toe to toe, and it is, Ivan Drago and Rocky in the courtroom, they abide by the rules like this, and they say, hey, you're not entitled to it until they take the stand. You're not entitled to it until this time, and you don't get it. So it's just like this little game that everybody plays, and what people don't realize is they're playing a game, but someone's life is on the line with this game that they're playing. And that always is what gets me fired up, is that, you're playing these little discovery games, and what is hanging in the balance is not just someone's life, but overall the big picture of justice. What is justice? And that's the problem that a lot of people have when they watch these trials. And I think that's why cameras generally aren't allowed into federal court, is because no one wants to see, like, here's your discovery when someone takes the stand, because people would normally be outraged by that.
Okay, I have quite the update from court. So the prosecutor said they've told us they will not seek a trial delay, presumably meaning the prosecution, and presumably seeming the defense. The defense writes, comes back with Mark Agnifilo. There is no application with regard to the trial date. We recently came into possession of a lot of medical records. We want an expert on prescription medicines. Judge says, okay. And now we are getting word that the hearing is over, which is very interesting, because I feel like there was a lot more issues they needed to get into, but appears maybe not at this point. So now we're going to be waiting for a possible press conference outside of that courthouse. And again, Elizabeth Milner's inside that courtroom. She's going to come out. She's going to clarify anything we don't have questions about, and also tell us, what did Diddy look like? And what were her observations of him? And was anybody in there supporting him? Okay, before we get to that, we have more questions coming in, and to talk a little bit more about this. So Safa, one of the questions that we got is from Ann Brown. Will there be any further superseding indictments?
You never know until you know. It would not surprise me with this prosecution team if on the eve of trial or at the 11th hour, there's another superseding indictment. That's why I think it's always important, and again, as a former prosecutor, is that you gather all of the evidence that you have first, and then you put your case into grand jury for indictments. And you indict them on your strongest points and your strongest arguments, and anything that you think fits and is sufficient. Once you get into a second or a third superseding indictment, then as a defense attorney, I look at those things like you may not have the strongest case, or you may not have had a case as strong as you think you did if you have to continue to add and alter charges. You've had this evidence for quite a bit, at least since last year. So why is it now that you're now adding these additional charges in a superseding indictment? But it would not surprise me. We won't know unless we get there.
By the way, this is a live look that we have outside of that federal courthouse in downtown Manhattan. We're waiting for a press conference. We're waiting to hear from Elizabeth Milner as well. Question for you, Bradford, from Oh No, I Said My Opinion. I kind of love that. Doesn't he have the right to face his accusers?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna face his accusers, you know. And when I was talking about before, when we were discussing whether or not they're going to disclose those names, I don't want to say I'd be a great federal judge, but it's exactly the ruling that the judge said. You know, it's you got to disclose these names. You're not going to hide these names from somebody and use some excuse that they're afraid to come forward. You're going to describe these individuals. You're going to give them their names. You're going to give them their information so they can have some semblance of a defense against what they're saying. So yes, he's going to have his day in court. He's going to face his accusers, as many as they have. And my guess is, like, they added that paragraph to add more witnesses, right? So they're going to add more witnesses. This is a case, in my opinion, that the prosecution will try to dirty him up as much as possible on anything they possibly can, because I think they know the trouble with their case. And the trouble with their case, in my opinion, is the same from when I opened. And that what I opened with was, you are going to have to say these sex offs, these freak offs, these things, these multiple individuals. When it boils down to it, then it only is a girlfriend, a prostitute that's getting 10 grand an hour, and Diddy. So now you're going to have to come up with, how did you sell? And you sold me a Ferrari, but sitting outside is a Yugo. How are you going to sell that to me? Right? So that's the problem the prosecution has here. And like I said, legally, is it sufficient? Maybe. But is it in the minds of a jury when you see some guy who's making 10 grand an hour and you're going to get evidence that the girls were there and they were doing it and they were contacting these individuals on their own in some instances, I've heard, when you start hearing those things, I think it makes the case more difficult to say this is sex trafficking.
I agree. I think that there is going to be an important, clear narrative the prosecution has to assert in order to have this jury accept and understand these charges. This is not the most straightforward case, but it'll be interesting to see who the witnesses are and what that narrative is. I will tell you, and this is interesting, Safa. So, by the way, I love the idea of Judge Cohen. Judge Bradford Cohen. Fair but firm.
Yes,
Judge Cohen.
Fair but firm.
There we go. Safa, let me go to you on this. We have a question from KXTTY Meowsers. Could Diddy be charged with tampering with evidence? Now, my understanding is right now he's hit with multiple acts of tampering with a witness, victim, or informant, not as individual charges, but again, underlying charges, underlying acts, to be more specific, as part of the racketeering conspiracy case. Could he be charged, either a part of that or separately, with tampering with evidence?
That's always a possibility. Again, with respect to that type of charge, I think if they were going to charge it, they would have already done it in that manner. Of course, we don't know if everything's been turned over to the defense at this point in time. We don't know, and we've still got the witness names that are outstanding. So could something happen between the time of those disclosures and the time that we get to trial, or as these individuals are testifying? Absolutely. So that is a possibility, although it doesn't seem to be that at this point in time.
Bradford from Rel, do you think it matters who gave CNN the tape?
That's a good one. Does it matter in the criminal case? You know, it could. It just depends on how they got it, when they got it. Again, it goes to the chain of custody, right? So if this person is really dirtied up, if this is someone who has fraud charges in his past and all these different things, is it possible that it could be added to Mark's motion by saying, hey, they only have this other video. This guy says he's got the quote unquote original, but this guy is not a good guy. He's got fraud in his past. We need to put him on the stand and find out where he got it from and how he got it. Certainly it could. I don't know if it's going to. I think that would lend itself more to like how CNN got the video, what they did with the video, and things of that nature to hold them in contempt and or have some sort of investigation on why they allegedly destroyed the original tape.
So we have two questions that are very similar, and I'm going to go to it. We have one from Movement Freedom. How long is his max sentence at this point? And also from Nanny X3, how much time can he possibly get? So Safa, I'm going to throw it to you, but first I'm going to lay out what the actual the range is here, and you tell me what's a possibility if he's convicted across the board. So I'm actually taking this from the press release from the Department of Justice when he was indicted. So the racketeering conspiracy carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. The sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion carries a maximum sentence of life in prison and a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years in prison. And the transportation for purposes of prostitution carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. What do you think he would get, Safa, if he was convicted?
Oh, what he would get is going to be interesting, because one of the things that happens in federal court that is different from state court is we have a chart that are the sentencing guidelines, and where Mr. Combs would fall on those sentencing guidelines is going to depend on how he's categorized, any prior criminal history he may have had, any aggravating factors or anything of that sort. And I'm sure if Mr. Combs is convicted, his attorney is going to set forth a mitigation package to the judge, and at the sentencing hearing will provide many things that would mitigate the sentence that Mr. Combs could ultimately face, which Mr. Combs may never see the light of day again if he's convicted on these charges. So that is certainly a possibility. That's how serious they are. There is the possibility that after a trial, a jury may come back guilty on some charges and not guilty on others. Hypothetically, if the jury were to come back not guilty on the charges that carry the life sentence, but come back guilty on a charge that may carry a penalty of 10 to 15 years, then he would be sentenced as such.
By the way, we have a question here we're waiting, by the way, for Elizabeth Milner. Our word is she might be jumping on relatively soon. So as soon as she can, we'll jump out to her. Question from either Michael or Mikhail Jordan. Michael Jordan, Mikhail Jordan. When and if will there be another bail hearing? It's not going to happen. They've abandoned that issue a while back. But there is a question for you, Bradford. This is actually a really good question. From Master Shake. Will there be reenactments during the trial? How would that work?
I tend to feel that question was loaded. But,
what would ever give you that idea?
I would answer no. I don't believe there's going to be any reenactments during the trial. This isn't one of those cases that there will be reenactments.
Would you like a different question? I'll give you a different question.
Sure.
Stacy D asks, Bradford, if he's found innocent, can he be tried by the state again for different charges?
Actually, you can be charged by the state with the same charges. So that's the difference in state and federal court, in terms of, and when I say the same charges, I don't mean the same statute numbers. State crimes and federal crimes can be charged simultaneously for the same thing, and you can be charged twice. And we've seen this done in the past on cases that, bring outrage to society, where, an individual maybe got off on the state charges, and then the feds are like, hey, we didn't like that result, so we're going to charge them federally. And or the other way around, where the feds have walked the guy, all of a sudden you get a not guilty on a federal case, and the state's like, let me have a whack at it. I had a case in Tampa where I got a not guilty on a federal gun charge, and then the state charged him with murder with the same gun. And of course, I won that too. But they tried. But they tried. They tried.
Yeah. We have a question from Life's a Gamble, who's been very patient, been sending a lot of questions in the chat. This I'll go to you, Safa. Will all of these civil cases be exposed when the trial starts? And I think there's, over now 30 lawsuits that he might be facing, maybe even more. Will all of these civil cases be exposed when the criminal trial starts, Safa?
Do you mean exposed like in the criminal case? I'm going to assume that maybe if you're asking, is there going to be a reference to the civil cases throughout the criminal
I guess
trial?
Those allegations, are they going to be a part of the criminal case or be talked about or discussed in some way?
Well, I think the basis for some of these criminal charges outside of Ms. Ventura's lawsuit against Mr. Combs, some of the allegations in those civil suits are the basis for this indictment, and so I think that some of them go hand in hand. I don't know that we will specifically hear, yeah, unless, and this will go to credibility to some extent, and if Ms. Ventura testifies, the likelihood that she filed a civil case against Mr. Combs is going to come into question, and what she received, and all of those things will weigh to her credibility. So if she accepted money, which we know she did, or there was some sort of settlement, it will come into play with respect to that. I don't think the prosecutor is going to get up on their opening and say, Mr. Combs is XYZ, and not only that, but he has 30 civil cases, that are pending against him. I don't think they would say anything like that, but some of the factual basis that are alleged in the civil complaints will be referenced in the criminal case.
So a couple of questions we have here from Maria Gothica. Is the trial going to start on the 5th or be pushed back? Right now it looks like it's going to start on the 5th, although it seems that the openings are going to happen maybe at the 12th or the 13th. Diabilita Beauty, will the trial be open to the public? I mean, Bradford, generally speaking, we know there's no cameras there. We know that media will be allowed in. What is the ability of the general public to come in and watch what's happening?
Depends on the courtroom. In New York, there's one bigger courtroom, but most of those courtrooms are pretty small. They fit maybe 70 people in the pews, 60 people in the pews. So I'm sure they're going to have some sort of lottery or line. They usually have some sort of register your name the day before to see if you can get in type situation, where they let some just average Joes in, as opposed to having your credentials. So yes, all courts are open to the public, generally speaking. It would have to take a really big act to close the doors of a judicial hearing. There are some circumstances where there's juveniles or there's marcy law issues. There's some kind of issue that doesn't allow just general public in. But in this case, I would imagine that the general public will be let in on some level, but not like, everybody in line, that there's 300 people in line, everybody's getting in. I don't think that's going to happen.
Got another question because from Life's a Gamble has asked a bunch of questions here. This is a good one. Saf, I'll go to you. What are your thoughts on the new recent lawsuit that includes the police chief having ties to this? Will this be a separate thing? Now, I don't know if you had an opportunity to see what this is, Safa, but this was an amended complaint filed by Ashley Parham that names a number of different defendants. And apparently there is an allegation that the Maui police chief, John Pelletier, was involved in this, that there was a cover-up, that he is accused of being essentially a security guard for Sean Combs back in 2018, that at the time he was this Las Vegas police captain. He posed as a deputy in California, responds to this alleged gang rape allegation involving Combs, and then allegedly takes Parham and another plaintiff at gunpoint, restrains them, refuses to let them call, for help or an attorney, and then tries to cover this up. It's a startling allegation. We know that there's other high-profile people named in this. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see it, but what are your thoughts on it?
I have not had an opportunity to see it, but those allegations are definitely pretty gruesome if taken as true. I think that one of the things that we always have to remember is that when somebody is making an allegation or when somebody is charged with a crime, they are simply allegations. They are not facts. They're not facts until a jury or a judge, if you opted for a bench trial, were to find them as facts. So I'm not too familiar about this new civil suit. Don't know if it could come into play with the criminal case. I doubt it will, unless the prosecution has some relevant information that they think that they can use, and they'll try to use it, of course, if they can. So I'm not too familiar with that to really make that determination.
Bradford, let me go to a different question for you. This is from Sharon Clark. When will anyone else be charged as well as Diddy? It's kind of the Ghislaine Maxwell effect, right? She was charged about being and convicted of being part of this sex trafficking plot and ring, an international ring, and yet she was the only one charged. Is there anybody else who's going to be criminally charged alongside Sean Combs?
I don't think At this point, I don't think so. I think that maybe after a trial, maybe it shakes out where other people, might get charged. I think that what's unusual is there's not a lot of unindicted co-conspirator number one, unindicted co-conspirator number two. There's not a lot of that in this indictment. And when you see RICOs in the past, you would see, oh, okay, there's unindicted co-conspirators. There's another 15 guys that are going to be unindicted co-conspirators. And although they're not indicted in this case and may never be indicted, they are part of this, this RICO. That's what makes this unusual. I think it's unusual. I think they threw the kitchen sink at this case because, like I said, I think they have some worries. And it's shocking when you say the government might have some worries with their case because they have a 98% conviction rate. But on these high profile cases, no prosecutor wants to lose. Number one. Number two is the Southern District of New York hates to lose. They don't like losing. They're like me, kind of, but worse because they work for the government. So they don't like to lose. So if they can throw the kitchen sink at you, they're going to throw the kitchen sink at you. All they got to do is hang you up on one of those counts, a 15-year min-man, a 10-year, a 20-year, and then they can say, they take their hat off, put it on the coat rack and say, hey, we got them. That's all they need. So they don't need the life felony. They just need the 15, 20 year.
Well, Bradford, I'll follow this back up to you. We have a question from Rel directed towards you specifically. Do you think you could win this trial, Bradford?
Yes. That's funny. Listen, as a defense attorney, and I'm sure Safa will agree with me, there's never a time where I take a case that I think I'm going to lose the trial. I don't care how bad the facts are. I don't care what my case is. I don't care what the charges are. It does not matter to me. If you have a defense attorney that takes a case that he thinks he's going to lose, you need to get a different defense attorney.
Yeah.
And to my chagrin, my bad habit is that I fall in love with my cases so much so that I think I'm going to win every case, like every single case. I just expect it. And so, when it comes to this type of case, I think he's got some defenses here. I think you're going to expect, some people might not expect to see the fireworks coming from the defense, but I can tell you, and I know Mark, and I've seen him in action before, I can tell you there are going to be some surprises at trial that I think will take people's breath away in terms of what they've heard from the government and what they're going to present at a trial. So I don't know. The answer is I don't know if I could win this case, but I think I could. I mean, I think I can win every case.
Yeah, and that is why you're Bradford Cohen. So Safa, this is an interesting question from Great White 9995. You mean there are no videos of the freak-offs? Now, let me tell you my experience. I've been covering a lot of this on Sidebar. Based on the pretrial filings, it seems to me the defense is not asserting that there's not videos, not even videos of freak-offs. They might acknowledge that that's what it is, but that it's consensual, that it's all consensual sex. Is that what you've seen as well? I mean, I don't think anybody's denying that there might be videos and they might be determined or categorized as freak-offs.
Absolutely. I'm willing to bet my law license that there are absolutely videos. I know that there was a significant amount of discovery that was provided in this case. There was discovery that in search warrants for his iCloud and, technical footage and all kinds of things. So I'm fairly certain. And the way that the prosecution alleges these acts took place down to, people in the enterprise that were setting up the lighting and, making sure they had proper supplies for these freak-off events. They knew that information because there were videos, and there are videos. Could we see some of those videos played at trial? Absolutely. But of course, we'll see. We don't know as of yet, but I'm sure that there are videos. I'm sure there are videos of the freak-offs, and there's a very good chance that those will be played at trial.
Safa, let me
because
follow
one
up.
of the things the prosecutor is going to have to do is go to prove the point that this was against the person's will. Say hypothetically that CNN video is kept out under best evidence. And now we have just the freak off videos. The prosecution's going to try to piece together their case by saying that here we have the sex worker in the video. They were paid X amount of money. They were transported to California, hypothetically, via New York or wherever they came from, or wherever they were going to. And the activity in the video shows drug abuse, it shows violence, it shows threats or coercion, or maybe a part of it may, and then they continue to engage in these freak-offs. That is the best piece of evidence. Footage is the best piece of evidence, and we certainly will see that here.
Safa, let me just follow up with another question from Because. If somehow Diddy walks on the federal charges, can any of the civil charges, they're not necessarily charges, but civil claims, be turned into new federal charges later on if he is found guilty in the civil courts? And you're not found guilty in the civil courts, you could be found liable. But does that make sense to you? If he's found innocent, if he's found not guilty in the criminal case, can they take any of the civil cases, the allegations in the civil cases, and mount that into further charges at maybe a state or federal level?
I doubt that's going to happen, because one of the things that we do know has been happening is that the government has been monitoring those civil cases. And some of those factual allegations in those civil cases have made their way into this federal RICO indictment, or at least there's going to be mention of it. So I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think that's going to happen. I think anything used from the civil cases is going to be used in this specific prosecution to the extent that it can be used, because civil court in that realm is totally different from criminal court. Criminal court, we have the highest legal burden in the country, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's what's required as opposed to in a civil court. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Let me ask you this, Bradford. Jesse K asks, will these videos also be seen by the public? And let me couple that also with this. If there are these videos that are played in a courtroom, aside from the jury seeing it, aside from the judge seeing it, aside from the lawyers and the defendant seeing it, is the media going to be able to see it? Who's going to see it? Will journalists? Will the public? Who's going to actually be able to see these videos?
Depending on how. So there's a couple things there. It's multiple. It's not just one answer, right? Depending on what courtroom they're in New York, there are courtrooms where there are specific screens for the jury that are right in front of the jury. Everyone has a screen, and then there's a screen for the judge and a screen for the defense and a screen for the government. Sometimes they'll just play it on those screens, and then the people in the pews don't get to see what's on those screens. I've seen that happen in these type of situations where there's sensitive material that's being played. I've also seen it happen where there's one big screen and it's played and the jury's sitting there, the lights go down and there's a big screen and everyone gets to see what's on the screen. The judge also has his own or her own screen, or they move and they watch what's on that big screen. So that could be done. The third thing is, it could be that only when they're showing the specific video, they could try and exclude the press and the public, which is the least likely of the three scenarios, because they want as much transparency as possible. But again, it's one of those weighing circumstances where is the individual's privacy rights that's in the video worth more than the transparency to the press and the public. It could be that the judge says, hey, listen, only when we play these videos, you'll show the video, whatever it is, right. Only when we show this video, we'll clear the courtroom. It could be, but I think more likely it's going to be personal screens that everyone will be able to see, the defense, the government, the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury.
So we're still waiting for this live shot outside of the courthouse. We're waiting for Elizabeth Milner. We're waiting to see if there's going to be a press conference. But I want to get a couple more questions in with you guys before I have to sign you off. We have another question, Safa, for you. This is from Bahamas Racing. Many are surprised that no others have been charged. But could Combs Enterprises be among them, having entered into a plea agreement with the prosecution? So I guess the question is, was his corporate entity, or, I'm not 100% sure, did they work out some sort of deal to be cooperating witnesses, people that are executives or employees of his businesses, to enter into a deal with prosecutors to be witnesses against him? I'm not entirely sure I understand the question, but what do you take away from it?
So with respect to the indictment has charged Mr. Combs under a number of names, and they allege that he is the criminal enterprise. It's his criminal enterprise. It's at his direction and all of those sorts of things. Could individuals that work for that enterprise or allegedly work for Mr. Combs be used as witnesses against him? Absolutely. We haven't heard about anybody being charged as of yet. Sometimes what the prosecution likes to do is say, hey, you're going to cooperate with us, and if not, we'll file charges against you. So that could be the holdup is, nobody's been charged as of yet because they want to ensure that they're going to come in, they're going to testify, they're going to cooperate. It's important for defense attorneys to know that these individuals are cooperating as well. And in some statutory basis, that is also required to be turned over to us as defense attorneys, like in the state of New York. But it is possible that those individuals will be used to testify against Mr. Combs. And also, I know that there are going to be individuals that are going to be testifying from the enterprise or alleged enterprise or Bad Boy Productions or whoever that will be testifying on behalf of Mr. Combs as his witnesses as well. So it's just going to depend on who ultimately comes to trial.
Let me finish this up with one final question to Bradford. It's actually two questions I'm combining. This is from Mandy Siago, who asks, will this be like the Adelson case and multiple people tried after conviction? That's, of course, about the murder for hire plot of FSU law professor Dan Markel, where you had multiple people charged and other people charged. And this is from Movement Freedom. Who else are they looking at in this case? Surely it's not just him.
Yeah, it's very unusual the way they did this case. And like I said, my gut feeling is they're going to try and get him and convict him and then see if he gets, 15, 20, 25 years, see if he'll flip on somebody, because he's not flipping now, right? And if they get him and he gets 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, that sometimes sways individuals into saying like, okay, maybe I will be a snitch. So it could be that they're waiting to see if he gets convicted. And then if he does get convicted, to see if he will flip on individuals that they could get, because they might need his testimony in order to lock those individuals down, because some of those individuals may be very high net worth individuals. And the government hates nothing more than someone that actually has the funds that can actually fight them on an effective basis. They hate that more than anything. So if you are worth $50 million and can sink $20 million into a lawsuit, into a criminal case like they do, and you can actually have a good defense, they hate that. They despise rich people because they hate people that actually have the wherewithal to fight them effectively. So the answer is there should be other individuals. I don't know what they're planning on doing. I think that they may be falling after this case, but it could be that all they wanted was Diddy and everyone else is going to cooperate and everyone else is going to stand there and point the finger, and that's the bad guy.
Well, we shall see. What I can tell you is we have broken down a lot so far. We have more that we're going to break down. I have to excuse Judge Bradford Cohen, and I have to excuse Safa Robinson Ferrer at this point. Thank you both so much for coming on. Really, really appreciate it. You both are terrific and love your insight. So thank you both for coming on.
Thanks, Jesse.
You got it. Now, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we have Elizabeth Milner ready. She was inside that courtroom. What did Diddy look like? What did he say? How did he appear? Any movements? Anything we can get a reaction to? And there's a couple of things we need to clarify about what happened in that courtroom. So stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll take a quick break. We'll get back to more of your questions and analysis on the other side. All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. We have this special coverage of a live Diddy hearing in downtown New York in the federal courthouse. It wrapped up a little bit earlier on, but that's okay. In case you missed it, we have with us Law and Crime's very own Elizabeth Milner, who was in that courtroom. And Elizabeth, it's so good to see you. I have so many questions for you. I want to take one at a time. First of all, how did Sean Diddy Combs appear? And was there anybody there in attendance for him?
Honestly, Jesse, I feel like Diddy's appearance was probably the biggest story that happened inside that hearing. There was kind of an astonishing whoa when he walked inside that courtroom because he appeared noticeably grayer. I would even kind of equate it a little to Santa Claus, but he just appeared grayer. His hair was a lot whiter. Now, remember, the last time I was inside one of Diddy's hearings, that was back in December. We're in March. So that's just a 3-month time span of just that intense grayness. So either him being at MDC Brooklyn for this amount of time is weighing on him, this federal case is weighing on him, maybe even his fall from grace entirely is probably weighing on him, but he just looked visibly different. I will say, though, last time he appeared thinner. This time it seems like he did kind of pack on a little bit of pounds, and I don't say that in a disrespectful way at all, but he did seem to kind of put his weight back up from the last time that I saw him. But it really was just kind of a stark difference. Now, he was graying a little bit in the last hearing, that is no doubt. So it wasn't too big of a jump. But again, a lot of us who were sitting in the gallery, a lot of the reporters were just kind of like, whoa, because of just how astonishingly grayer he appeared during that time. Now, as far as who was inside that courtroom, it was, as far as his family goes, a lot smaller of group than we've seen before. We've seen times where all of his kids, maybe with the exception of his now 2-year-old daughter, being inside that courtroom, putting up a united front. But again, this was kind of a smaller group this time. It was only Diddy's daughter, Jessie Combs, and it was Diddy's son, Christian Combs, also known as King, as well as Diddy's mother, Janice Combs. So of course, when Diddy comes into the courtroom, that's the first thing he's looking out for, is that he's going to be looking out for his family. He's going to be waving to them, you know, kind of mouthing "I love you" and all of that sort. And that's what happened as well as when he was leaving too. I even saw him kind of mouth "Hi, mommy" to his own mother. But you know, his son Quincy wasn't there, his son Justin wasn't there, the twins weren't there, and of course his youngest daughter, just 2 years old probably at this time, Love, wasn't there. So really it was just a smaller group of supporters this time. And it might have just been scheduling, it might have just been the fact that this wasn't going to be a big hearing necessarily, but also we didn't know what we could really expect from it. But you know, it was just kind of different as far as what we've seen before, where they take up an entire row in the gallery, to just being in a small little corner there. But it appeared that Diddy was just happy to see him, happy to see his family, happy to have support in there for in the courtroom. And as far as even just at the defense table too, another noticeable difference that I thought to myself was just the fact that Anthony Rico was no longer there. Again, he filed a letter kind of saying that he can't be on the case anymore, and that was just a few weeks ago. And so that to me was kind of a stark difference from last hearing to this hearing.
The defense attorneys basically said there's no way I can continue. Not entirely sure what that even meant. By the way, it was interesting when you mentioned his appearance. It could be the stress. It could also be, and I have no way to confirm this, he doesn't have access to the same kind of beauty regimen as he might have had on the outside, and whether that meant dyeing his hair or whatnot. I mean, he's not the youngest guy, so it's something I thought about. Okay, so I want to now get into the substance of this hearing. A big part of this hearing was regarding the CNN tape. The tape of Sean Combs purportedly beating Cassandra Ventura, who by all accounts appears to be one of the key victims in this case, victim number one, to be more specific in this case, that there was this allegation regarding what CNN did to this tape, and there was back and forth. Remember, this was published in March of last year. No, it was May of last year. So talk to us about what the back and forth was regarding this tape, because I have to imagine it could be a key piece of evidence in this prosecution.
And like you had mentioned, Jesse, a key piece of evidence, and that's what the government was trying to argue there, that it is critical to their case to have this video admitted. Now, I will preface it and say this: the judge made no type of ruling on it, but he did kind of make a big suggestion. So before I get into that, let me just say the defense argues, and they kind of outlined this in their letter, that they believe that the video is deceptive. They have a forensic examiner who says that they put the video into editing software, and that CNN put the video into editing software, excuse me, but that the times were changed, the sequence was changed, they covered up the timestamp. But let's face it, Jesse, we all saw that video. Whether or not CNN did allegedly speed up this video, or whether or not that they kind of framed different pieces in different sequences, it never takes your eyes kind of away from the fact, or that we saw with our own eyes, Diddy gruesomely beating up Cassie Ventura. It was terrible. It was really shocking. And, you know, we say it's shocking a lot, but I mean, I just remember watching that video because it did play on a loop on CNN that day. And it was just terrible to watch. And we all saw Diddy kind of make that apology video afterwards. So for them to kind of have this argument about the CNN video in the first place, about it being altered, all of that sort, well, their client already admitted to doing what he did. But again, we still have to kind of put out allegedly here and there. But as far as the government wants, they want that video admitted into evidence. They want to use that video because they do believe it is critical to their case. Whereas the defense, it seems like they're kind of gearing up to put a motion in place to kind of suppress that video from a jury ever seeing it. But you kind of can't help but think, did a juror already see it? Did a potential juror already see it? So this was the judge's recommendation. They wanted to see if there was a way, maybe the defense and the government, who they kind of seem that they are working things out kind of outside of the hearings, outside of the court, but they were seeing if there was a way for the defense to kind of place together the video and the way that they believe originally happened and see what the government says about that. Now, if they can't come to a decision from both sides, then that's when the judge will step in, then that's when the motions will be filed, and then that'll be taken up at another hearing. But it seems from the government side of everything that this piece of evidence is going to be critical to their case. I mean, even taking a step back to just last year, a lot of people did not believe Diddy's alleged victims, whether it be in the lawsuits or anything like that, until that video came out, until they saw with their own eyes just Diddy putting his hands on Cassie Ventura. And again, this was back in 2016, but just even thinking from her standpoint, seeing that video on a loop, knowing that it's been released to the public, yes, justice there in the sense that people now believe her or may believe her, but at the same time, when we saw that video, just shocking, just astonishing, but it seems like this will be a matter that'll be taken up at another time. No ruling was made today as far as whether or not it'll be admitted into evidence in trial, but the government made it clear if they want this piece of evidence in that trial.
And it's interesting because, the defense, they can't deny what the video is, but they seem to be denying the context in the sense that this might have been a domestic spat, but it's not necessarily evidence of sex trafficking. And as I mentioned before, the prosecution would come back and counter that and say, well, where was she running away from? She was running away from a room where there might have been a sex worker in that room. And this is further allegation of an illegal sex act or freak-offs or things of that nature. Now, I want to move on to something else. The names of people in this case, another big theme that came out during the course of this hearing is regarding identities and names. And you and I both know, Elizabeth, this is something that has been litigated between the prosecution and the defense quite a lot leading up to this hearing. And there is terms about enterprise letters, about the prosecution putting in sealed letters about more specific examples of what is racketeering, what are the dates, what are the names, what are the places. The idea of names of people in this case, are they referring to witnesses? Are they referring to alleged victims? What happened today regarding the identities of people in this case and whether or not the defense will know who the prosecution plans to call?
And this is also an interesting part in the hearing, Jesse, as well, too, is that it seems like they were kind of talking, in legalese in particular, but also because a lot of that information was sealed. And the defense kind of made it clear because at one point when the government was making their stance on it, Alexandra Shapiro stepped up and said, hey, judge, this is under seal. Obviously, she didn't say that verbatim, but she kind of made it clear to the judge that she was cautious about just kind of revealing everything about the particular enterprise letter. But one thing that the government said that stood out to me was just how fearful some of these potential witnesses are about having their names out in the public, about having their names released to the defense. And that should also kind of go to, we talk often when we're covering Diddy's stories, just about the power that he had either over the industry, over his employees, over alleged victims that he had, former girlfriends, all of that stuff. But the government did make it clear because, they couldn't get into much details about that particular part because some aspects of it, from my understanding, were under seal. But one thing the government did make clear is that some of these witnesses don't want their names released out into the public. So they are going to kind of come up with a solution. From my understanding, it's that the government will turn over that list over to the defense, but you can imagine how fearful some of Diddy's potential, or not potential employees, but how some of the people who had worked under Diddy, whether it be for years, whether it be for a few months, could be knowing that they could potentially testify more into what was going on, as the government puts it, in the Combs enterprise.
And then the final point I want to mention and get some clarification on are timelines. I'm still shocked that this trial is going to happen by May 5th, 2025. It's only a few months away. And the idea about pretrial conference, jury questionnaire, jury selection, a motion schedule. It seemed to me that the defense got a win today in what they wanted for a schedule. Talk to us about what we can expect, some key moments coming up leading up to May 5th.
Yeah, it looks like that final pretrial conference is set for kind of late April, before the jury questionnaire is set to go out. And essentially the defense, they wanted 300 jurors a day. That's a lot of people, but it seems like they want everything to kind of move at a quick pace. But to your point, Jesse, it did seem like the defense did get a win, because one thing as well, too, is that the defense wants these jurors to be sequestered when they're doing the questionnaire. So they want to be able to speak to these jurors one-on-one. They don't want it in an open room or anything like that. And the judge approved that. So that's kind of a peek of what will be looking like, or what it'll be looking like come trial. So it looks like that it looks like jury selection is going to begin a little bit before May 5th. Now, we all thought May 5th was going to be the date that it started. We all thought potentially opening statements could be on May 5th, but it looks like it's being pushed back a week, just because they're anticipating so many jurors to kind of come through that courthouse, whether or not to be selected for the upcoming trial. But it just seems that the defense kind of did get a win in pushing everything back just a little bit. But again, this is a big, high-profile case. They want to make sure all their ducks are in a row. They want to make sure they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And so while we can expect opening statements to be pushed back just a little bit, just about a week or so, what we can expect from those jurors is for them to kind of, again, 300 people every day up until they select the men and women who are going to be a part of that jury. But again, going to be sequestered while each side kind of gets to ask them these particular questions, and they're going to be filling out that jury or juror questionnaire, something that the government didn't necessarily want, but it seems like that's going to be the idea moving forward.
I mean, that's the hope. They have an idea about how long jury selection is going to be. This is a very high-profile case. There has been so much already put out there. It's not about trying to find a jury that doesn't know Sean Combs or knows that he's been criminally indicted. It's the idea of trying to put that away and put that to the side and go in objectively. Maybe easier said than done. We shall see. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for being our eyes and our ears about what we're happening in that courtroom. And thank you for going down there. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap up, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for your questions. We'll continue this maybe in the next pretrial conference at the end of next month. We shall see. Always developments in the Sean Combs case. We really appreciate your support. We really appreciate you tuning in. I'm Jesse Weber. We'll catch you next time.
Oh, wow. I'm awake now. I gotta stop doing these live when I be sleeping. Cause I be sleeping. I'm awake now. I was hoping that we would get more information with regards to that videotape, but like I explained, we were talking about those tapes with Mr. Kelly, right? And people were trying to say, it was whatever. Some of the same stuff they were saying, the times, the dates, this, that, and whatever. Now we used to tell them that it will have something to do with that, but very little. The biggest thing that it has something to do with is the behavior that's displayed in the videos. So it doesn't matter really when it was done, it's the fact that it was done. So, but when it comes to this era, and I can understand this, and I said this before, that normally with tapes, videos, the defense is not usually that it was manipulated. You understand what I'm saying? So, or edited, right? So but that all gets flushed out through the I'm sleeping. through the chain of custody, honey, that they mentioned, right? Remember we was talking about chain of custody. This is before I even had a channel. I was talking about chain of custody because it was the big deal about the tapes, and I was explaining chain of custody way back in 2019 how that works. So they'll be able to figure out if those videos were manipulated, edited in any way, right? They're going to have their experts. Each side should have an expert. Now, I can't remember, but I don't think that there has to be a special expert for videotape. It might, so don't quote me on that. But like I was trying to explain to you, when it comes to Apple and Android phones, someone from Apple has to testify versus not anybody that can submit an acceptable CV, right, curriculum vitae to the court. Yeah, anybody that's an expert with Android. I'm so rude. I'm eating. A minute. So, but as per usual, it seems like this judge is going to drag the dang on tapes, and I hope y'all know how he do. He want to get the details of the details, honey. He wants you to send in your written briefs, and then he wants to bring it back into court. That, oh my gosh, like, dude. So let me see. Does that conclude our Diddy news? Cause I should have gave you the background. Just want to go a little bit to speak a little bit with regards to politics, honey. What is going on today? Because I forgot that the Democrats and the Republicans had that bill on the table to avoid shutting down the federal government. Let me hear real quick about something real quick. I did. CNN said it destroyed the video. Wait a minute. I'm trying to see what it is. This is Jay-Z. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. And Lee up here. Oh yeah. It seems like Jay-Z is still going. Hold on, let me see. God damn. Hold on, let me see. Okay, I got it on TMZ. Hold on, let me. And it's apparently, child, Jay Z them is still going. Hey, uniquely. Girl, how you gonna come in here the other day and jump out without saying anything, girl? Don't play with me. Um, so I'm not gonna go into a whole rant about them goddamn. Yes, I am. I like ranting back. Hey, we have to inform the nation because when it hits your household, when it comes to a doorstep near you, I don't want to hear nothing about it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. I ain't know, no, I ain't know. We tried to tell you what was going on. Let me put this in on the. I mean, I've never seen nothing like this. I don't think in our lifetime we'll ever see anything like what's going on with this world. It's unfreaking believable. And they control everything. Ain't nothing really we can do about it, to be honest. And when I say we, I mean those who oppose.
I'm voting no on the CR. I believe.
Give us some detail about this government shutdown crap.
I'm voting no on the CR. I believe that the CR would do terrible damage. It's not even a CR. It's a new bill written exclusively by Republicans that would do great damage to Minnesota. It does not fund projects that have gotten bipartisan support. It cuts funding for fetal alcohol syndrome and for Alzheimer's. And I also think that now is the time for Democrats to fight on this and to show that we're not going to just stand by while Republicans are handing over all this power to the president.
I'm voting no today.
On cloture?
I'm voting no. I announced yesterday that I'd be voting on the CR, and I stand by that statement that I did jointly with Senator Martin Heinrich of New Mexico.
Are you disappointed in Leader Schumer's decision to support this bill?
Look, we all have the responsibility to represent constituents in all parts of America. The choices that were put in front of the United States Senate by House Republicans were both horrible. They're both bad. What House Republicans set the United States up for should be embarrassing to them. And colleagues are having to make those decisions. If you're going to ask if I support Chuck Schumer, I support Chuck Schumer. I announce I'll be voting no. And I'm right now, that's where I'm standing.
No, what I'm disappointed in is people focusing on which Democrat should have voted which way, rather than on the Republican cabal that set this scheme up so that we had two horrible and impossible choices that deprived us of the opportunity to vote on a 30-day extension that would lead to a fair, traditional, bipartisan spending bill. It was there to be done, and they just refused to do it to create this mess for us.
Can you share with us how you will vote?
Yeah, I'm a no.
On cloture?
Wow, Ryan. I was watching this unfold last night, and I have to say, it was riveting in the way that you can't take your eyes away from a disaster. The question is, whose disaster is it? And Nancy Pelosi has weighed in on this pretty strongly, but tell us where we are, where the vote looks to be.
Yeah, Chris, let's first set the stage and help our viewers understand what we have in front of us. So essentially what Democrats are trying to decide here is whether or not they're going to lift the threshold of 60 votes that it requires to basically pass anything outside of the Senate. That's what this cloture vote is that you hear bandied about often, which is a very technical term about the process in the Senate. Basically, even one member of the Senate can force 60 votes, or at least force a vote on whether or not it will require 60 votes. So that's the vote that's coming up here in less than an hour. And this is essentially what Chuck Schumer is saying he's going to allow to happen, allow 60 votes to move this piece of legislation to the next stage of the process, where it will then be able to be passed with a simple majority of only 51 votes. That would allow every Democrat to vote against it, but then the legislation still be passed and avoid a government shutdown. And Chuck Schumer made it very clear last night. These are two bad options. He hates this continuing resolution, but he is much more worried about the possibility of a shutdown. Listen to what he said last night.
A shutdown will allow DOJ to shift into overdrive. It would give Donald Trump and DOJ the keys to the city, state, and country. Musk has told everybody he wants a shutdown because he knows it will help him achieve his horrible goal of just decimating the federal government from one end to the other.
Now, not every Democrat feels that way. In fact, there are a lot of Democrats who believe that the Senate should block this measure from going forward and then put up a big fight. Listen to what former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said in a statement online. She said, quote, Donald Trump and Elon Musk have offered Congress a false choice between a government shutdown or a blank check that makes a devastating assault on the well-being of working families across America. Let's be clear, neither is a good option for the American people, but this false choice that some are buying instead of fighting is unacceptable. And so the question that we're weighing right now, Chris, is now that Democrats have had time to sleep on this and think about this, will there be the 7 votes necessary to allow this to get to the next stage where it will be a simple up or down majority vote? Right now, it appears that that's the case and that a shutdown will be averted, but anything could happen between now and when that vote takes place here in less than an hour.
Yeah, let's see where the pressure points are. Thank you for that, Ryan Nobles. Okay, I've got such a great panel here. Michael, I'm going to start with you. Schumer says, look, we're living to fight another day. That what would have happened with a government shutdown would shift DOJ into overdrive. You just heard him say that. Did it instead shift into overdrive a Democratic divide? What do you see is going on here?
Well, the majority of this party, voters, activists, even members, honestly, are against this CR. Because the reality is that voting for this CR is like drinking acid because you're thirsty. It makes no sense. And I think that Nancy Pelosi also weighed in today and said that Leader Jeffries is correct. Democrats should not vote for this in the House or the Senate. And so if we're...
You think Leader Jeffries is ticked right now?
Well, he has to be. He did the hard work of keeping his members in line, which they were. I think that as you look at the Senate and you look at a midterm election in a year and a half, we should be thinking about what all of this means. If Democrats can hold the line here, you have a terrible economy that the American public is currently going through with Donald Trump, and that helps us get to a majority in the House in a year and a half. That should be our goal. The reality is that all the things that Chuck Schumer said would happen in the shutdown are already happening.
So Julie this morning, Punch Bowl wrote this, quote, let's be blunt here. Democrats picked a fight they couldn't win and caved without getting anything in return. And there's a reason Republicans put Democrats in this position, because they know Democrats would eventually cave. And they did. Here's the lesson from this episode. When you have no cards, fold them early. Was this just a big strategic mistake?
I disagree with that profoundly. We had all the cards in the world. The cards are you don't vote to advance the CR. And Chuck Schumer folded. We need fighters. We don't need folders. And Chuck Schumer is a folder. That's not the leadership that the Democratic Party is demanding right now. The Democratic Party across the board, as you said, activists, elected officials, rank and file Democrats want somebody to stand up and say, this is not something we're going to be part of. We are not going to give an inch to Donald Trump. We're not going to own any part of this disastrous agenda. And Chuck Schumer just allowed Donald Trump, if this goes through, to impose tariffs without consulting Congress, so that every time you pay more for toys, you pay more for guacamole from Mexico, you pay more for cars, Democrats will own that now because they gave Donald Trump the authority to be able to do that. That's not the party that I think I want to belong to, and that's not the party that Democratic voters across the board want to belong to. We need fighters. If Chuck Schumer will not fight, he needs to get out of the way and put somebody else in charge who will fight.
Wow. Okay. Bernie Sanders certainly wasn't happy last night. He was also on this network literally right after Chris talked to Chuck Schumer. Listen to what he said.
Wait a minute.
If you do nothing, you sit back and you say it is going to be terrible. And that's right. A shutdown will be terrible. But our job is to put the onus on the Republican president, the Republican House, the Republican Senate, the people who control the government. They are responsible. They've acted in an undemocratic, unprecedented, unilateral way. They've given us an offer, take it or leave it. That ain't the way democracy works.
Elise, even if you can't win, is there value in fighting?
I think that tactically, this is a tough battle for Democrats to lose on, and to have the government shut down and the economy already in the dire straits that
So
Trump
you
has
think a
caused.
shutdown would potentially be worse?
I think it's just a poison pill. I don't see what good choices they really have right now, because they're going to look.
But you have to make a
The economy is going to get worse if the government shuts down. One thing that Donald Trump excels, I would say, maybe his number one skill, passing blame. And I don't know that I think Democrats are capable right now of actually blaming Republicans where blame will be due if this bill goes through.
But I'm sorry, let me just say something about that. Democrats are not in charge of anything. It is the Republican economy. They control literally the federal courts. They control the executive branch. They control the legislative branch. All of this is on them. And you see that at town halls where voters are showing up screaming at Republican members because they know whose fault it is. There's a Quinnipiac poll out yesterday that says the vast majority of voters would blame either Trump or a Republican Congress for a shutdown. Democrats, only 32% would be blamed. So the point is that Democrats had the Republicans where they wanted them. And if they
and 32% is probably pretty much Donald Trump's hardcore.
Right. And if they knew how to communicate, which, by the way, is something else the Democratic leadership is awful at, they would put the blame squarely where it belongs, which is on the Republicans. And yet, instead of doing that, they are handmaidens to the Republicans if this CR continues to go through and gets to the president's desk. I just don't understand for the life of me why Democrats would do this kind of assist for a Republican Party that wouldn't even allow them to come to the table to negotiate any of this. They handed them this you-know-what sandwich and said, either pass it or don't pass it. You have no other say about it. It's infuriating.
You know most of these folks, Michael. You worked alongside them. So we've all got the sheet. It says there are two definitely yeses. We knew about John Fetterman. Chuck Schumer was the surprise last night. Then there are 11. So 6 more would have to decide to vote yes. Do you see 6 names here?
I don't. I see 4 possibly. So you should assume, for instance, that the leadership team votes with Mr. Schumer. But I think, for instance, Senator Schatz probably votes against it. I think Jackie Rosen probably votes against it. Gary Peters could go either way. Let's say
he's retiring. So
yeah. So right. So Jeanine Shaheen again probably votes against it. And so I think they're close, but I don't see 6 votes on this sheet.
Then what?
Republicans control Washington. If you go to any random city in any random state in America and ask a random person who runs DC, they'll say Donald Trump. There's no reality that says Democrats will hold the bag if the government shuts down. That's just not based on any poll that you've seen and just based on the reality of the way that Trump has sold his victory in November, which is he controls the whole thing. And so for Democrats, let's be smart. To your point, we had no way in terms of what this bill was going to look like or anything in it. So why would you support it? It makes absolutely no sense.
At least Tommy Tuberville said exactly the opposite. Let me play that.
If they shut it down, it's their fault. The ball's in their court. Let them do it. But at the end of the day, they don't have enough guts to do it.
Well, we're going to talk about guts. We'll see. But what about the blame game?
What's that man?
I still think that it's going to come down on the Democrats. And I just.
Well, we're going to talk about guts. We'll see. But what?
If they shut it down, it's their fault. The ball's in their court. Let them do it. But at the end of the day, they don't have enough guts to do it.
Well, we're going to talk about guts. We'll see. But what about the blame game?
I still think that it's going to come down on the Democrats. And I just don't see a way out of that, given the Republican messaging apparatus. I think you nailed it when you said that Democrats just are not communicating well these days. And that's part of the post-election confusion that they have to get together. They lost an election because they didn't have a coherent message. And right now, what is their message?
And listen to the message from Donald Trump. He praised Chuck Schumer today, writing, "Congratulations to Chuck Schumer for doing the right thing, took guts and courage. Trump called it a really good and smart move and then said, this could lead to something big for the USA, a whole new direction and beginning." All right, I'm going to ask both of you briefly. I mean, seriously, the last thing I think you want, maybe as a Democrat, is for Donald Trump to praise you. What does this mean for Chuck Schumer?
It's not good. I mean, look, the reality is that he has a caucus that wants to fight. You have a number of talented younger members like Murphy and others who really want to lead the party going forward. And so he has to show that, notwithstanding being in his mid-70s, he can lead the party in the Senate. What he's done this week has not shown that. In fact, he's done the opposite.
Julie, you kind of indicated you think he could be in trouble.
Chris, I'm an establishment Democrat. I am not a flamethrower. I've been coming on your show for probably 20 years on and off. If you ever see me this furious about anything, and this is not about ideology anymore. It is about knowing how to fight. It is about taking it to Donald Trump in ways that resonate with the American people. We had them on the ropes. And what does Chuck Schumer do? He throws him a lifeline. For the life of me, I don't understand the strategy here. It is not Chuck Schumer's job, Mr. Leader, to govern. It is your job to obstruct, because the people governing right now are not the Democrats. So for the life of me, stop pretending that you have a say in any of this and start standing up for the American people, because right now, throwing him a lifeline is doing the exact opposite. You are complicit, Mr. Leader, and you've got to stop acting that way.
Let me pause it right there and put on what exactly some of the stupid resolution. Hold on, let me see. Okay. This was supposed to be in the... No, this ain't it. This the one they voting on. This not the one they voting on today. Wait a minute, government pass the continued resolution. Okay, I need a resolution for 2025 for this. My bad, I'm gonna give y'all some wrong information. This shit is wrong. Continued resolution. Who else gonna give some wrong information? So let me see what's in the bill. Is it this one? Oh, this is one. It's 15 minutes ago. We need to know what was in it to know whether or not it's a good idea or not, right? Wait, they won't even tell us. Yeah, I can't believe him and Chuck and Nancy Pelosi split. But listen to this. I'm just gonna give y'all some of what's going on with in the news today, right? It says immigration officials arrest second Columbia student. LaCordia, a Palestinian from the West Bank, was arrested by immigration officers for overstaying her student visa. The Department of Homeland Security said Cordia, who participated in pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University, had her visa terminated in January 2022 for lack of attendance, the department said. And y'all, you know what else? I just want to just suggest you guys do, right? Because we have to find a way to make our children aware of what's going on in the world, right? Um, Now, my daughter isn't fully aware, and some of the other kids that I, um, have contact with, they aren't fully, not active like we are, but they have some knowledge of what's going on. So my daughter showed me something that popped up on her timeline about Switzerland was protesting Trump, right? Any little indications like that that you could tell that they're into, they at least got their ears open to what's going on in the world, you should feel, pretty good as what you're doing as a parent, because I mean, hey, a lot of times those kids be oblivious. All they want to know is when the new Jordan's coming out or something like that, right? But yesterday, and I don't know if I said this to y'all, but I did say this to somebody, so it could have been somebody offline. I didn't want the Democrats to get those votes, right? One is because of I just wanted to fight right now. I said that without knowing what was in the bill, and I also said that with knowing that if but what they was doing is they was running it all yesterday. Oh, if they shut it down, um, hold on, I'm getting sleepy. Hold on. This is what I meant to say. I said that before I started seeing them running the media leading the leading title was, if the government shut down, it would be the Democrats' fault. I just didn't want anything to be our fault. So I kind of backed off that. I'm like, maybe they should just go ahead. I mean, shit, it's already fucked up. I mean, what the hell is one more thing, right? The dam has already broken, okay? But as I listen to, the few clips we've listened to, I'm kind of want to go back to, yeah, we probably should have, fought, because we don't really, the only bargaining we really have now is our vote. You understand what I'm saying? They got the shit. They got it all. And the only bargaining chip we have now is our vote. And I'm just thinking about this, just as they said it, that hell, if the government would have shut down, reasonable people would have blamed it on the GOP. And I say reasonable with air quotes, but shit, damn if you do, damn if you don't. But I do want them to fight. I do want them to damn fight. So, and the only thing we got to use now are our votes. We don't have nothing else to use. So, I don't think it was I don't think no decision would have been good, to be honest. And I don't know what what this little resolution included. Well, this man got us in such. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, baby. I want to one too, that nigga. You hear me? You know what? He fucked us up so bad is I can't even be mad at nobody. You understand what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is, like, the time I had to focus on one of you motherfuckers, we got a bigger goddamn threat. Like, come on. It's no let up. It's no breather. It's a pound every goddamn day with this man. Just doing what they want to do, right? But what is it? Says news upon it says okay. The girl overstayed her welcome. Her visa had terminated in January 2022 for lack of attendance. The department says Trump visited the Justice Department. Oh, this was seems interesting. Over 50 universities face new federal investigations. The schools are being investigated for alleged racial discrimination as a part of Trump's campaign to end diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that his officials say exclude white and Asian American students. Most of the universities partnered with a nonprofit that aimed to diversify the business world. So let me ask y'all this. So, as a result of ending DEI, then are they automatically going back and looking for anybody that was, they think that was discriminated against, or are these filed claims? Like, what the fuck is happening? You gotta laugh and keep from crying, because I really want to cry. It says judge blocks mass firings on federal workers for now. Good. Okay, good. 2 federal judges handed down orders on Thursday requiring Trump's administrations to rehire thousands, if not tens of thousands, of probationary workers let go in the mass firings across multiple agencies. The Trump administration has already appealed the first ruling. It says Democrats fracture over potential government shutdown. Progressive groups warning of backlash. And let me read it. Okay, Democrats are erupting in anger, accusing Schumer of passing on a rare opportunity to regain leverage in Washington. Okay. I was going to say something on the lines of that. I was going to say I'm looking at the faces of what's the lady name? Jasmine Crockett, and of course AOC, and some of the others that is willing to fight in the cut of food, right? Now I don't know what's in the resolution or what have you, but now if it's something that you know gives a break to the American, but what I mean by that, not something that we don't have, but I'm just saying something that kind of keeps stuff stable as we have now, then why not sign up to avoid the shutdown? Because but hold on now, because the shutdown, hell, is just probably more the same of what's going on now, even if they shut it down. Hell, why even have it open? Because it's not functional. It's not normal. So I'm kind of leaning toward they should have went ahead and just let it shut down, because again, we don't have nothing to bargain with but our vote. That's it. We don't have nothing to bargain with but our fucking vote. Boy, I told y'all we are trapped in a cycle. We're in the middle of it. It's so frustrating. Oh my gosh, I just wish. Ooh, I mean, I do have people that are into this shit, as I am or whatever. It might not be up all day with it because I'm up all day now, but but I'm just saying I just want to, a few people just to understand what we're talking about as it relates to the economics of the political shit. It's just crazy. And I mean, even beyond the economics, right? But that's what they seem to be, really concentrating on right now. But it's just crazy. And I didn't even know until like the other day that a shutdown of the government was even on the horizon. This is crazy. It says the Senate is now taking a key vote that needs 60 votes to push the Republican-backed government funding bill forward in the chamber. While it's not a vote for final passage, which only requires a simple majority, this vote is a larger hurdle because it requires 60 votes to overcome. The Senate's filibuster rules, with Senator Rand Paul, a Kentucky Republican, opposing the bill, 8 Democrats would need to vote in favor for the bill to proceed. Senators have also reached an agreement on debate time, which would allow them to beat the midnight deadline for a shutdown. Hell, I could have had something to, if they hadn't passed this, I could have been looking at something. I like to see when they do the little filibuster and shit like that. It should be interesting. Okay, it says Democrats fracture over potential government shutdown. Progressive groups warning of backlash. Okay, that's what I read early. I read the title earlier. I just didn't read what it was. It says Democrats are erupting in anger, accusing Schumer of passing on a rare opportunity to regain leverage in Washington. In defense, Schumer said a shutdown would allow Dodge to shift into overdrive. Still, influential progressive groups are warning that Senate Democrats would face a fierce backlash if they vote with the Republicans to avoid the shutdown. Clearing the way for Donald Trump and Elon Musk to gut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is unacceptable. It's past time for the Democrats to fight and stop acting like it's business as usual, said Joel Payne, a spokesperson for Move On, which claims nearly 10 million members nationwide. Wow. So this is, we got to find out what's in this shit. Wall Street rallies to its best day in months, but that's not enough to salvage its losing week. Okay, this in stocks storm to their best day since November election as the S&P 500 jumps 2.5%, but words remain over tariffs. Right, and remember the 500 is the 500 companies that has the largest. I think the largest holdings. Yeah, the largest holdings, and what was the other? Oops, the 30. The one that the Dow. The Dow only tracks the 30. Um, the largest, the 30 businesses that have the most activity in that day, I believe. Yeah, in the day. Something like, let me look that up to be sure. I can't remember shit right off the top of my head, especially not now. But, and when you see S&P, NYSE, and all that, those are referred to as indexes. So just in case you want to know how to look them up. Of the 500 largest public companies, right? So that's the 500 largest 500 companies that have gone public, meaning they let you buy into their stock, right? So they're publicly traded, so they buy you can buy and sell stock, okay? Sure. Yeah, and the Dow Jones measured the daily price movements of the 30 large American companies on the NASDAQ and the New York Exchange. Okay, so so I was right. The 30, the movement of the 30 largest American companies on the NASDAQ and the NYSE, which is the New York Stock Exchange. Okay. All right, let's see if we can find out what was in the Dow. Now, I mean, they even put us in a bad space. Place like, damn. Because damn if you do, damn if you don't. Am I not clicking on the back button? Okay. All right. What's in the house here? There is a. Is this resolution go to just September? Like it said? I know. Trump ain't did nothing. I'm trying to understand this budget. Okay. I'm getting so sleepy. Agriculture. No. It says year. Because I need to get the one. I need to get the. I need to look for the time that happened within the last hour into not a few days, because I don't know if what changed. Okay, here's what's in the bill? What like, come on. How I did, uh, and see. Okay, well, listen, and it's right here. It says if it wasn't passed by March the 14th, the Department of Defense would shut down. Well, you know who that is. Let me see what else. I'm trying to piece it together because before I say whether or not it's a good idea, wasn't, what have you, you know, it was in it. My ass was seeing stars. Yeah. Woo. Okay, maybe this is it. Okay. All right. It says committee releases bill to keep the government open for working American people. And so, I'll tell you what's on there. Okay. It says funding the federal government is a constitutional obligation, and House Representatives are acting to uphold that duty. The straightforward continuing resolution ensures the government remains open and working for Americans. It maintains critical services for our constituents and provides the largest pay raise for our brave junior enlisted heroes since President Reagan. With no poison pills, I'm sorry, Lord, you know I can't see. No poison pills or unrelated riders, the bill will extend funding and certainly for the nation. Democrats have a choice to join us or display their true intentions. Oh, this a press release. Okay, wait a minute. Should they choose to vote to shut the government for negotiation leverage and their contempt for the president, they are ready to hurt hundreds of millions or more. It's a battle they lost in November, and one of the people will. Wait a minute, it's a battle they lost in November, and one the people will never, and one the people will continue to see through our our good faith efforts, honey, baby. I am sleeping. You know, I want y'all to see this little bit of shit I'm trying to read off of. Oh, y'all see it? Shit, I didn't even know I had it on the screen. Our good faith efforts provide an immediate solution to the deadline before us. Key takeaways: ensures costly government shutdown does not befall the American people. Fully fund core government services, maintain government operations without increasing the spending of taxpayer dollars, upholds responsibilities to our nation's veterans, and ensures the full funding for their health care services and benefits, enhances defense investments, and includes the largest pay raise for junior enlisted troops in over 40 years, supports federal wildland firefighters and their work to protect our communities and public lands, protects Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid recipients from the disruptions and confusions a shutdown will cause, increase funding for air traffic control priorities over fiscal year 24. Anytime you see FY, then a number behind it, F stands for fiscal, Y stands for year, and the number behind it would be like 2425, whatever. Says the bill fully funds the program that provides important nutrition assistance to mothers, infants, and children. It includes more than 500 million increase per week as requested by the Trump administration for a total of 7.6 billion. It's a safeguards legislation from any poison, ensuring a clean, continuing resolution. I don't think that was bad. I mean, I'm okay with them signing that. I mean, I'm okay with them signing that. Yeah. I mean, unless they was, I don't know what they was trying to position for, the Democrats. I don't know, because I'll be behind that too. I'm just telling you, I'm just in the middle on this, okay? Because like shit, the damage is already done, So it's this man here. Let me jump on to Jay-Z's leaked audio.
Good Wendy news. I can't wait for something to be positive.
Well, let me just say, things are a brewing, and there is movement. I can tell you that based on what we know. There is movement in that direction. We're going to move on. Yes, to Jay-Z's accuser, the one who dropped her lawsuit, claiming she had initially claimed that Jay-Z and Sean Diddy Combs had raped her back in the year 2000 when she was 13 years old. She's dropped that lawsuit.
Now the battle is Jay-Z against the accuser and her attorney, Tony Busby. And the accuser says, do not believe everything you heard on those recordings that Jay-Z's team released yesterday. Remember, there were 2 private investigators who went to the accuser's home in Alabama and had a conversation with her. Yesterday, they released portions of that meeting.
Like a minute.
Yeah, and they say that, look, this is her saying Jay-Z did not sexually assault her at any time, and his name is clear. Well, she says those declarations from those private investigators are a little misleading because she says, I can't.
And this, by the way, this is her declaration.
Yes.
That her lawyer, Tony Busby, filed.
Certainly, he filed it. But she says, I cannot testify as to what Mr. Butler or Ms. Henderson,
Those are the private investigators.
what they actually observed. But I was not in any way calm, natural, or at ease. Rather, I trembled the entire time we spoke. I never stated, whether once or 4 times, as the investigators claimed, that Mr. Carter did not assault me. It's a double negative there, but she's saying, I did not say those words. So
let's listen to what the private investigators got on tape, which Jay-Z's team released yesterday.
Jay-Z, you're saying he was definitely there? But he had no part in it, or he was just...
He was there. He was just there, but he didn't have anything to do with any sexual acts towards you. It was strictly... Yeah, he was the one who kind of pushed me towards going forward with him. With Jay-Z. Busby did? Yeah.
Do you know why?
No.
Based on that, I understand what she's saying in her declaration. I never said those words because we certainly didn't hear her say those words.
She kind of affirms it, though.
She agreed with it. She said, yeah, but she's saying I never said those words. So is she splitting hairs there? Could be. The Tony Busby part, she claims that she did not say the exact words you just heard on the tape.
That's a harder one to swallow because it sounds like she did.
I don't get it. Again, every declaration from the accuser.
I'd love to hear the full tape, right?
Right.
That's what you kind of want to hear is the full tape. And we've only heard a minute.
Hi, this is Melissa from Washington. I feel like we're getting these little bits and pieces of the story and nothing is exactly adding up. So, Jay-Z can hire the best of the best, and I think that's what he needs to do at this point because it seems like it's a really cherry-picked situation, and there is just so much more to the story. And honestly, that's what we're here for, is to see what unfolds.
Well, I think it will unfold.
To be continued.
Yes.
Okay, we're taking a break.
When we come back, the alleged murder-for-hire plot of Ghost Adventure star Aaron Goodwin. We now know how he found out his wife was talking to this inmate, allegedly, about trying to kill him. This is going to blow your mind.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so we got that Diddy leak audio on the record. I just need to put Tiffany Henyard, the latest on there. Baby, I was gone. Somebody gonna have to tell me what's the formula with this daytime shit, because this ain't working. I don't drink coffee. Not unless it's some little K-Cups, but I'm not drinking that the coffee that y'all, them coffee drinkers be coffee, like them little K-Cups. Here and there I would drink those, but they be like sweet with the little, like that little stuff you get from Starbucks. Sure. Oh, this is our Tiffany Henyard news. And y'all see how TMZ we just go from news topic, you know, like news people. I'm trying to get in it. I've not been doing it, but I just need to get back in the rhythm. My old way is sort of dated. Yeah, Henyard, Tiffany Henyard.
Hello, everyone. I'm Melanie Esmith, publisher of the Lansing Journal, here with Carol Shawarko, our managing editor. We were at the Thornton Township meeting tonight. There was a meeting tonight.
There was a meeting. It was very short, and then we got scooted off the property a little bit. Melanie and I were told that we needed to go, so it's a bit chilly out. So that's why we're sitting in the car tonight to do our video.
Supervisor Henyard did show up to this meeting. Trustees Gonzalez and Carlisle were also there, but things went off the rails when Trustee Carlisle made a motion to allow Trustee Wiedemann to participate via Zoom. So no business was conducted. It was quite a long agenda with a lot of strange and interesting items on it. None of that was addressed.
Two sides. Didn't get through any of it.
Some of the Republican candidates who I believe had been attending in the downstairs meeting room. We were in the upstairs meeting room with other media. And when they saw that the meeting was adjourning, they came upstairs and said they had been planning to make a statement at the meeting, and suddenly they didn't have that opportunity because there was no time for public comment. So I welcomed them to make the statement on camera, and so that's part of the video that we'll include after the meeting video.
Right. And then we came outside, and supervisor candidate Nate Fields was outside. He had also been in the downstairs meeting room. And so he said, darn, I was going to make a public comment and everything. He was disappointed. You know, side note, people are disappointed at the end of these meetings. Yeah. I mean, disappointed. People pull up 20 minutes, after 6 and the meeting's over. Well, it never really got started. And people really, they shake their heads. It's very disturbing and distressing to a lot of people. So we allowed Nate Fields to offer his public comment to us as well. And that'll be at the end of this video too.
By the way, if you appreciate local news like this, especially if you are local to Lansing, Illinois, you should subscribe to our local news email. It's free and it helps us and it helps you too. Click on the link in the description below and sign up today. Thanks so much.
She doesn't see him. You don't see him? Right there. Okay, that's okay.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. It's gorgeous outside, so it feels good to have some decent weather for a change. Today, I'd like to call the order for the Township Board meeting. Today is March 11, 2025, and the time is 6:20 p.m. Please call the roll.
Trustee Gonzalez. Present. Trustee Darling Gray Everett. Trustee Carlisle.
Present.
Trustee Wiedemann. Supervisor Henyard.
Present.
Next, so we will all stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Next, I would like to make a motion that Stephanie Wiedemann could attend via cell phone due to childcare conflict.
All right, just for the record, guys, if you can follow Robert Rules of Orders, ask to be acknowledged, just so that we can keep some kind of form to our board meetings. I would truly appreciate that. As you know, you cannot go via Zoom if you don't have illness or anything like that as relates to via Zoom. Our meetings are in person and everybody should be here to take care of the business.
You've let people hit via phone before.
Yes, due to illness. And I just explained that.
Not always do that.
Oh, it's always for illness. But okay, I'm stating the rules, so it's not back and forth. I'm telling you the rules and I'm telling you the reason why.
I second the motion.
I'm totally against it. And just so you know, you need exactly 3 votes in order.
The second motion.
So,
Okay,
secondly.
well, we've got a motion.
Okay, that's it.
For first and
Okay,
second.
let me let you finish. You finish? All right, thank you. All right, as I was stating, the rules are you have to be in person in order to partake in the board meeting. If you want to partake via Zoom, you must have an illness or something of an emergency such as that in order to say you want to partake in a board meeting via Zoom. Other than that,
Excuse me, attorney, can you please give the rules for participating via Zoom?
Trustee, I just explained to you guys.
She's out of time.
I didn't give you the floor. So
She's out
this
of
is not
time.
a back and forth thing.
So we'd like
So I
to
just
ask the attorney.
explained to everybody what the rules are, so it's for the record, so people will know what's going on as you see and watch our movie.
The attorney can't hear us.
And just like why the attorney be the phone, it's making no sense to me. Okay, y'all know this is Eric. You pay a lot of money to attorneys. No more comes to board meetings. It's making no sense. Can you fix that?
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but the meeting is muted.
We hear you now. Attorney, can you hear us? Okay, we have a question. Can you please provide the rules for being able to participate via Zoom or electronic means?
You can't hear us back to you.
Can you hear us? Thumbs up if you can hear us.
Can you hear now, attorney?
Okay, we can move on with our meeting until they get that situated, that way we get to our agenda. We have a.
No, we could wait.
It's 3 of us here, you, and
I made the motion for Stephanie Wiedemann to participate via Zoom.
and I just.
We could wait. We waited for you many times. We could wait.
Without me, it's no quorum. So either
Without
way
us,
it
there's not a
goes, you
quorum
do know
either,
how
so.
this works, so stop.
Without us, there's not a quorum either, so.
So stop. So
We've
all I'm
waited for you
saying
plenty
is,
of times.
let's
We could wait a
move
couple
forward,
minutes.
let's move forward with our agenda until they get that situated. Hello? Because it should have been situated before I came in the room anyway. All right. I got all that. Go ahead.
Hi, attorney. The question is, can you please provide the rules for attending via Zoom or electronic means?
So attending by electronic means, there are basically
4/5 reasons to allow someone to attend the electronic means. One is that the person is sick and caring for themselves. 2 is that somebody in their household is sick and they're caring for that individual. 3 is work obligations of their own personal employment. 4 is work obligations as it relates to the township, and 5 is childcare issues that was recently added within the last year or so to the Open Meetings Act.
Now, Trustee Wiedemann has childcare issues and she would like to participate via Zoom, and we're having pushback from the supervisor.
Okay, my opinion is that it is a valid reason. So I do believe that she does have a valid reason under the Open Meetings Act.
I disagree. I disagree with that, attorney. I think we should have our meeting, and my vote is no as it relates to allowing someone in. You need 3 confirmed votes in order to anyway. So we can move forward. Call the roll.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Carlisle,
Yes.
Trustee Gray Everett, Trustee Wiedemann, Supervisor Henyard.
No.
Motion failed.
So what is your reasoning?
So moving on.
What is your
All
reasoning?
right. So next on the
Can you
agenda
explain your
is
reasoning?
approval of minutes.
Motion
Is there a
to
motion-
adjourn.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes from
Second.
January 14th, 2025 at 6 p.m.? Is there a motion?
There's a
We're just
motion on the
asking
floor already.
to allow Trustee Wiedemann to conduct the business.
Y'all are grown individuals. Handle y'all business. Stop allowing your business to handle you. You do not need her to babysit you.
There's a
So
motion and a
move
second.
forward. We have a whole entire agenda here that we need to proceed with. We have bills that need to be paid. We have budgets that need to be passed that been.
Okay, so do the right thing and allow Trustee
Y'all doing the
Wiedemann
right
to
thing.
be
I
a
don't
part of the meeting.
I can choose to go how I choose.
We don't have
And I said no. So now, do you want to approve the minutes or not?
Motion
Right
to
now, there's a
adjourn.
motion to approve the board
Second.
from January 14th of
There's a motion on the
2025
floor.
at 6 p.m. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a motion? Just because y'all didn't get y'all way, but residents pay attention, this is how they treat your taxpaying dollars. Regardless of somebody can't get in the meeting or not, there was 2 individuals here in order to handle the business as it relates to the township government. So here we go, township government stalled once again. That means that you don't get your food, you don't get things that you need as relates to township government. Thank you so much, but I guess you appreciate it. Have a nice day.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, you do.
Well, we were prepared to say something to the media.
Well, you certainly may.
Can we?
Yes.
So bring down.
Yes, I'll put you plus, I think it's too loud. And that is why we're getting the static. It isn't really static. It's.
Is this like a public comment?
Because it's coming out so loud.
You can say it is.
Okay.
You can say it is.
So you didn't get a chance to express
I don't know if you
yourself.
guys want to get in on this or not. I don't know. Hold that up.
1 second.
All right.
It's the local people who need to hear this.
Can everybody see?
They're not even recording. They're about to miss it. All right. Well, Melanie, you got us. I'm Keisha Richardson. I'm candidate for trustee for Thornton Township. And this is the People's Choice for Change. We just want to address something. There's a cancer within the body of Thornton Township. And some would ask, how did we get here? 2022, Christopher Gonzalez nominated Tiffany Henyard as supervisor of Thornton Township. And he nominated her 12 minutes before midnight. What's the significance of that? Chris Gonzalez made a unilateral decision to nominate Tiffany, and had he not nominated her, it would have been left to the voters to decide on who the supervisor would be. Several names were put out there, but the voters didn't have the opportunity to be heard. Why did he nominate her? This is what's really significant. Was it because she was a young African-American woman who would take the seat and make history? Absolutely not. He had an agenda. Tiffany and Chris Gonzalez already had a working relationship prior to him nominating her for supervisor. She hired him to do construction work. This is Christopher for the Village Hall in Dalton. And he saw it as an opportunity to use her influence and further expand his business to the 17 municipalities of Thornton Township. When she rejected that idea, and if things didn't go as planned, he got angry, disgruntled, and fought her tooth and nail. And then he jumped ship. Where did he go? Right into the arms of Napoleon and DOTS, the Democratic Organization for Thornton Township. He's going any which way the wind blows, which is an opportunist. He is a part of the cancer of Thornton Township. He's missed meetings. He just walked out of a meeting. Voter suppression. He's not trustworthy. He's not transparent, nor is he accountable. And they are all cut from the same cloth. All of them are cut from the same cloth. If the residents of Thornton Township want any kind of change, if they think that things are going to change by voting any of these people in, they're in for a rude awakening. It's not going to happen. If you vote for the same thing, you're going to get the same thing. You need to cut the cancer out. People's choice for change, we are not a part of the problem, we're a part of the solution. And on our 5-point platform, we laid out all the plans that we're going to do to restore the communities in Thornton Township. Yeah. You have anything, Richard?
Let me say this.
Real quick.
You're running for supervisor?
I'm running for supervisor for Thornton Township. The People's Choice for Change, we all have clean hands. What they're playing with the press is called 3-card Molly. There are no new candidates. It's just that these particular Democrats are interlopers.
We gotta go.
So they're going back and forth.
This is public comment.
We gotta go.
No. But we're gonna win. April 1st, 2025. We're gonna do the People's Choice for Change. Thanks a lot, my brother.
Thank you.
Peace.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on, folks. Let's go. Let's move.
Keep up alive.
Ian Marco, managing editor from the Lansing Journal. And I'm here with Nate Fields. He was going to make a public comment at the Thornton Township meeting tonight, but the meeting ended so abruptly, there was no public comment. So we thought we'd give Nate, who's a candidate, I should mention, for supervisor for Thornton Township, we thought we'd give him a chance to talk a little bit about, what his comment was about and what he wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely. I did want to mention that, a lot of people don't know this, but Thornton Township is the largest township in the state of Illinois in terms of population. Now, Thornton Township is actually one of the first townships created in the state of Illinois in 1850, right? We have Thornton High School, Thornwood High School, Thorn Ridge High School, okay, Thornton Fractional North and Thornton Fractional South inside of Thornton Township. That's not to mention the village of Thornton, sitting just south of us right now. And then South Suburban College was previously Thornton Community College. So this community is Thornton based. But under my leadership, we will have a Thornton Township Farmers Market. And I do plan to work with the local villages to see if we can start a program where residents can grow crop in their own backyards and sell it to the farmers market so they can make additional money and we can start to heal our community through nutrition. Thornton Township is the largest township in the state of Illinois. I think we can all agree that Thornton Township deserves 100% of a supervisor. Not 80%, not 60%, not 40%, and definitely not 20%. A hard worker, a thinker. I think I proved that through the objection process, but 3 attorneys, 8 objections. I beat them all. No representation. With that being said,
we're right next to the fire department.
3 words, Thornton Township, this coming Monday, go and vote. Thank you.
I like that. Young folks trying to make a difference. Yes, I like that. Hey, y'all, that cop was fine. Who was that? Last time that man was I still like the dude. Now, what's his name is the one that was fighting? He had a little situation when he was young. Well, who was the cop? That cop was fine, honey. He was so on the face, but he had body. Woo! Child, y'all, I am sleepy, child. Sleepy. I'm gonna try to find out more about our topics for today. But right now, it is calling. I can answer. Sleep, that is. So, hey, make sure y'all do something good for yourself and someone else. That if you can, child, if you can afford it, honey. You can see your way through it, baby. Don't put no extra stress on yourself, child. They got us. May today a good day, tomorrow even better day. And happy y'all have a good weekend. And let's get up out of here. Peace out. Love you. Be safe.